subtract my age from the mileage on my speeding heart. Credit cards accelerate, accumulate. Looked for you downtown, wound up in a movie with no story. Now it's late and you are nowhere to be Hesitation's always mine. wishes on them. When she wishes for less ways to wish for, more ways to work toward it. 10-year-old enemy, soldier, our fallen bombs are her shooting stars. Hesitation's always mine. Hesitate outside the times. Oh, call me or drop me a line. Say you've been with me. Say you've been with me. Say you've been with me this whole time. Old world underground, I never knew you, but I've seen your face everywhere there was a farm. Before we tore the small town down, multiply, divide.
Yeah. Hey. Dipset. Come on. Blackout. Let's do it. Dip, 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 dip. Now this here's that bomb diggy, diggy, diggy dang, the Don's with me. Killer, a killer nigga, you think about harming me. Capo's corrupted, he's the wrong vibe though to fuck with. Labeled and known as a young Pac to the public, and me, human crack in the flesh. I'm the last of the best. One word to describe me, spectacular, yes. So stay calm, shorty, when you see that palm 40. I pop it slow, you rock and roll like Bon Jovi. So don't fool with the click, don't fool with the dips. You will die, you will lie in a pool full of shit. When that gun with the clipping, start dumping and ripping. At y'all head, y'all some dead, some of my bitches. You give a chick hard dick and bubble gum. I give a chick a hard brick and bubble yum. Like here, take that, shake that, break that, in half, and please bring my cake back. You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk move, bitch, get drunk, stupid. High like space, 4-5 on waist.
You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk move, bitch, get drunk, stupid. High like space, 4-5 on waist. This is that bang, bang, bang to my hula gang, gang. While you moving them things and your tools go bang.
Cyrus.
Call me Ricochet Rabbit, cause I click and spray Maddox and my nigga straight savage.
Goonies.
Penelope Pump let off 6 whole round, throwing shell, hit the ground. In the hood, I'm known as the capo, to the goons in the heights is old dato. Okay, I know me some vatos, the life of moving on vatos. Okay, muchacho, they told me that you got it pago. I know one move and someone lose, you know we gon' pop you. At my time. This that 911 with a 9 If it's crime, let's have fun, let's have fun, let's have fun. This that old Trizzy 1 triple O. Whoa, whoa, if you scared, get your gun, get your gun. This that up top crunk when the truck stop dump. This where the buck stop jump.
You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk move, bitch, get drunk, stupid.
Killer.
High like space, 4-5
Let's
on
go.
waist.
Yo, that Rudy Tooty Fruity Louie, what I usually
What's
do.
this?
That jump, stomp, breathe. Gas in the truck, pat pat, casket the duck. I'm the menace, owe me money, tat tat tat, what the fuck? Y'all reppin' that 5 still? I'm reppin' that 5 mil. Neverland, Thriller, Killer Cam, Jackson 5 bills. So what? Let's style a bit, Italian and 5 outfit. Show you how to get that powder shit. Foul and flip that out of it. I'm proud of it, it's your turn. Gym so burn, live bitch, why kiss on my wrist a glowworm? 50,000, and I keep heat. Cause in these streets you just hear whoop whoop wham wham beat beat. And you rumble never, me hit a humble diva. And I stay with the white, I got jungle fever. So tell Lucy that a boobies, loco, kooky, monster, who he. I'm the one that represent, left to left, death to death. You'll get yellow tape outline at your sketch.
You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk move, bitch, get drunk, stupid. High like space, 4-5 on waist.
You know what the movement's like, you know how we moving, right? Move, cause we in the mood to fight.
This is that get crunk move, bitch, get drunk, stupid. High like space, 4-5 on waist.
Welcome to the Yellow Brick Road. I am Jordan, and tonight we are watching the town halls of Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Hopefully. We're going to try to avoid getting copyrighted, too. But first, please consider donating to Devon's Journey to Recovery. The GoFundMe link is in the description box. Click the link, read the story, check out the other donations, make a donation yourself. Someone told me that it was suspended. I haven't quite tested that out yet. But, I'm going to try and get in contact with Pyramid 7. Maybe he'll show up tonight and I'll ask him about it. But why not make an attempt. If you have the, extra cash laying around. Devon's Journey to Recovery, GoFundMe link in the description box. All right. I forgot to mention we're gonna talk about Sam Seder versus Tim Pool, probably after the town halls. So stay tuned for that. What's up, Propaganda, Karen, Anthony? I played Dipset just for you, Anthony. I know you're a big fan. All right. So I guess what I'll do now is try to figure out how to get this up without getting copyrighted. If we do, then, fuck it. We have a second channel. I mean, those other guys that are just like us have a second channel. Our twins. Alright, let me see. Now, we all understand how stupid it is that they're having two town halls for two presidential candidates at the same exact time on two different channels. I hope everyone understands how fucking stupid that is. That's the dumbest thing ever. What happened? It's muted. Oh, well, I'm not muted. I'm not muted. Yes. Yeah, so clearly they don't care about. This isn't about policies, policy positions. This isn't about, what it should be, like morality, or it's nothing to do with any of that. This is just a competition between two guys who will be fine whether they win or lose. They'll be fine in life, socially. They'll be fine socially. They might even fuck that up, too. I'm sure there's some wife beating happening. Some shit like that's happening. Kid problems. When the kids discover, like, fuck, my dad's a fucking criminal. Holy shit. So, yeah, of course they're doing this. And, I'm going to be honest, of course, I will be focusing more on the Trump debate, or town hall. That makes sense, right? Biden's going to say the same old platitudes. Trump is, I don't know, at least he's going to talk shit against the host or whoever, right? See if he gets some tough questions. Probably not. I mean, what the fuck am I typing in? Town hall. Let's see. I'm not putting it on screen because that'll definitely get us fucking clipped. Could you turn on that speaker? Please. No, the speaker. Just push the bottom button. Let's see if we get sound. Oh wow, turn this shit fucking way down. Fuck was that? What's up, Johnny Bravo? What's up, Scuffed? Peace from Poland. Alright. Poland. Yeah, that's his name, Johnny Bravo. It's gonna start in a little over 10 minutes, Johnny. Is the foreign policy debate happening? Still happening? I had no idea they agreed to this. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. And they're gonna talk about whatever. What's the Trump or Biden's son controversy? All that shit. Basically gossip. Nothing that's gonna impact, like, help your lives out. Basically all shit that's gonna hurt. Yeah, it's a town hall that they put on simultaneously. 2 different candidates, 2 different channels at the exact same time, and making voters, I mean, just on its face, right? A child could figure this out. Like, why don't you guys take turns so we can hear what both of you have to say? No, let's have a competition of who's going to watch what. Now, Trump's ratings are going to be way higher because even the Biden voters are going to be like, what's he going to say? They try to get some, like, NBC blackout trending, right, where they boycott watching NBC. Like, that'll work with a few hundred people. The other millions will be watching shit. So, yeah. What's up, Uncle Drew? What's up? Oh. It's I'm a tragic Shakespearean character, and Biden/Trump are doing great. Oh my god. These, like, off humans. No, I might take a waltz through the internet and see who's actually showing it. Then I might change my mind. But then again, there have been debates where I'm like, oh, they're playing it too. And then I'm watching them, and then they get fucking nicked. Yeah, let me see. I know the Biden one's on ABC. Trump is on NBC. David Pakman's live. In Destiny, too. 2 little fucking squirmish, shrimp-like motherfuckers. Little oozy motherfuckers. I don't know, Pakman got some pull over there. He's watching the Biden one. No way. Of course he is. Let's listen to something serious. Let's hear some real stuff here. Joe Biden, town hall. Let's go. Someone oil my face. I'm a robot. Douse me with your oil. Who has the WD foot? Who has it? Give me some. Don't insult shit, Karen.
You know those plastic couches? It's like that's how that dude sleeps. He has to lay plastic over.
Shit helps fertilize the world, Karen. Don't insult shit like that. Just call Pakman a piece of Pakman, and it works out. Russia is not a problem. Communism is. Yeah, I don't know about that. Free Palestine. Agreed. What? You're like blocking me with everything. Alright, I see it.
Waiting to see what we're gonna say.
You guys in these systems, man. I don't get it. The system doesn't work. Meanwhile, it's just Hitler there, like I'm a communist. See, it doesn't work. Look at Hitler use it to its exact principles. Bullshit. Matthew, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What time does the town hall start? You got about 7 minutes, Matthew. Hopefully I don't get cut. I might take the risk and say fuck it. Destiny's not showing anything. Crowder's live. Look at that. All the fuck faces are live. Look at that. I don't know. I got to put him up there with Pakman. I got to.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like personal.
Uh-huh. Let's see. Communism is a problem for the global elite. That's why they made a scary buzzword. If you think communism is the problem, you are brainwashed. Communism is a problem for the global elite. That's why they made a scary buzzword. If you think communism is the problem, you are brainwashed. Now, the second part of that, I'm like, yeah.
What happens if you get like actual capitalism?
Yeah, I know.
You see? Without any fucking like, fucking scales being fucking tilted and shit.
Now, you could say communism is a problem for the global elite if you tell me, like, who's running it. Well, on paper, it's the people that run it. Yeah, but does that usually happen? Is it usually the people, as one big community? Is it them running it? Humans corrupt all the systems that we've seen so far. Thanks. You a communist? No. I'm Jordan. Hi.
Are you one of us?
Hi. I'm Jordan.
Unsubscribe. I'm taking back my donation.
See, Johnny Bravo says I'm from Poland. We had it, and it's like, yeah, who's running that shit? Clearly, you had figureheads running that shit, right? Were they innocent? They just fucked up, That's why things went bad, because they messed up a little bit. Or was it straight up, we're here for our self-interest. We don't give a shit what you call it. Call it cockism. It's going to go bad with these fuckers. Anthony says, I'm open to aspects of communism. Right? Anthony has opened his ass pecs to communism. All waste of time talking about. If people are believing it, then it's worth the time, I would say. Gotta re-educate them. There's another buzzword. Throw them in the gulag and re-educate them.
You're the first one. You're the first one up. It's like a door. It's like.
By the way, no Kramer. Watermelon Four Loko. No Kramer, though. No Kramer. If you're thinking racial thoughts right now, put them away. Put them in your bag. Save them for later when you're angry with me. Me so hungry, says, are we watching Biden or Trump? We're probably going to stick with Trump for a bit. And then after, we'll go back and, how much of Biden shit could we actually watch? Unless he gaffes, that's the only thing I could look forward to. Is him, just stalling out. He's just, still there. Someone, an AIDS yelling, hit the clutch! Hit the clutch!
Oh, my bad. That's my bad. Oh, shit. Bluetooth.
Is it over? No, Mr. Vice President, we just started.
His eyes, they go dim for a little bit.
Yeah, if I see something crazy, Twitter's down, but if something goes crazy on there, if something crazy goes on with the Biden thing, I'll definitely flip over there, so I'll be ready.
I'm so, Twitter's down. I swear to God.
I was trying to tweet this out, but it wouldn't let me. Tweet out the live stream.
Our website's down. It's really.
Things went bad because the global capitalist elite don't tolerate communist countries and engage in relentless multi-pronged war against them.
Why are they capitalists? I just poke at that shit all day long. Seriously.
I think you already know my response to that, Scuff.
What? Oh, of course.
Dude, they're at the same time, Karen. They're literally both at, what is it? 11 p.m. East, or was it Western? Yeah. 11 p.m. Pacific. I guess that's 8 p.m. Eastern. At the same time, why? Who does that? This is worse. This might be worse than the CNN putting the fucking Democratic nomination debates behind a paywall. That's incredible. That's incredible. How are you, like, even on the surface, how are the normies supposed to pick their guy? Like, fuck, I don't have CNN anymore. Cable's too much. I got streaming services. I don't have fucking CNN. How am I supposed to watch this? Surely it's on their YouTube channel. Nope. No. You have to go to CNN.com and pay money for their services. Okay, this isn't the fucking Zack Snyder cut where you buy HBO Max just to watch the fucking movie. It's like, what the fuck? That's weird, man. Could I do a split screen? Yeah, but then the most important thing is to hear what they're saying. But it's like, I might try that. I might try a little split screen. Let me see what's going on here.
You just want to see if Biden just like stumbles and shit.
Yeah.
Swear to God, behind closed doors, that dude's doing squats and shit. Like the fucking Game of Thrones guy.
Let's see. Oh shit, my bad. I guess they're starting. I hear trumpets. Alright, let me just put some volume on.
In the arena, his first primetime network appearance since falling ill.
You gotta turn that TV all the way off.
I'm feeling great. I don't know about you. How's everyone feeling?
With tonight's debate canceled, the president faces our questions live. And here's
Get some
from
more
voters
volume
about
here.
their concerns in the battleground state of Florida.
It's great to be back in my home state, Florida, to make my official return to the campaign trail.
With just 19 days to go, the president makes his case.
My goal is to fight for you and fight for your family.
I'll get some video up in a second.
NBC News.
Be patient.
Decision 2020. President Trump Town Hall. Live from the Perez Art Museum in Miami. Here's Savannah Guthrie.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. It's good to have you with us, and welcome to Miami and our town hall with President Donald Trump. And we want to say right off the top, this is not how things were supposed to go tonight. This was supposed to be a town hall debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
Why is that?
But after the president contracted COVID, the debate
Why is it doing that?
announced it would have to be a virtual debate because of health concerns. The president then said he would not participate in a virtual debate. At that point, Joe Biden scheduled a town hall tonight in Pennsylvania on another network, and now the president is doing the same, his own town hall with the same venue, format, and time as NBC's town hall with Joe Biden last week. So the two candidates go head-to-head tonight, though not face-to-face, each in a key battleground state. And tonight, the president will be taking questions from voters here in Miami, who we should mention are socially distanced and they're wearing masks. And I should say this audience looks a bit like America. It's divided. Some here voted for the president in 2016 and plan to again. Some support Joe Biden, and some say they are truly undecided. We're going to get a mix of questions on a range of topics, and we're going to get to those questions in a moment. But first, with all that ado, welcome, Mr. President, and thank you for being here.
That was very well stated, I have to say. Good job.
Thank you. We're glad you're here. We're glad you're well. We send our best to the First Lady and to Barron.
Thank you.
Do you have any remaining symptoms from COVID?
Nothing whatsoever. I'm great. I feel good. I was in North Carolina today and did a big rally with tremendous turnout. And just through Florida, Pennsylvania, we're all over the place. It's been great.
You received some treatments that are generally reserved for those with the most severe form of the disease.
Yeah.
How severe were your symptoms? In particular, did you have pneumonia?
Well, I'll tell you what happened. I didn't feel good. I didn't feel strong. I had a little bit of a temperature. The doctors at the White House are fantastic, as you can imagine, and they really didn't want to take a chance. And they said, "Let's go to the hospital." I said, "That's okay. I'm going to, respond to what you say." and we went over to Walter Reed, where you have tremendous professionals. They gave me Regeneron and Remdesivir both. And all I know is I felt good the following day. I felt really good.
Did the doctors ever tell you that they saw pneumonia on your lung scans?
No, but they said the lungs are, a little bit different, a little bit perhaps infected. And
infected with?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't do too much asking. I really felt good. I didn't have much of a problem with the lungs. I did have a little bit of a temperature. Obviously, I felt there was something missing. And then I tested positive.
Well, let's talk about testing, because there's a little bit of confusion about this, and I think we can clear it up. Your first positive test was Thursday, October 1st, okay? When was your last negative test? When did you last remember having a negative test?
Well, I test quite a bit, and I can tell you that before the debate, which I thought was a very good debate, and I felt fantastically. I had no problem before.
Did you test the day of the debate?
I don't know. I don't even remember. I test all the time, but I can tell you this. After the debate, I guess a day or so, I think it was Thursday evening, maybe even late Thursday evening, I tested positive. That's when I first found out.
Back to the debate, because the debate commission's rules, it was the honor system, would be that you would come with a negative test. You say you don't know if you got a test on the day of the debate?
I have no problem. Again, the doctors do it. I don't ask them. I test all the time. And
did you take a test, though, on the day of the debate?
If you ask the doctor, they'll give you a perfect answer.
Yeah.
They take a test, and I leave, and I go about my business.
Did you take a test on the day of the debate, I guess, is the bottom line?
I probably did, and I took a test the day before and the day before, and I was always in great shape, and I was in great shape for the debate, and it was only after the debate, like a period of time after the debate, that I said, that's interesting, and they took a test, and it tested positive.
So just to button it up, do you take a test every single day?
No, but I take a lot of tests.
Okay, and you don't know if you took a test the day of the debate?
Possibly I did, possibly I didn't, but the doctor is very accurate information, and it's not only that doctor, it's many doctors. The one thing, if you're president, you have a lot of doctors you're surrounded by. But I was in great shape for the debate. And sometime after the debate, I tested positive.
Let's talk about...
That's when they decided to let's go.
Okay, good. I hopefully provided some clarity for folks. Let's talk about the event that was held at the White House on this Saturday before you tested positive. Subsequent to that, 13 people connected to that event tested positive. There was an outdoor reception. You've seen the pictures. There was an indoor reception. People were not wearing masks. My question to you is, at this point in the pandemic, knowing what we know, shouldn't you have known better? Shouldn't the White House know better than to hold an event like that?
Well, they do a lot of testing in the White House. They test everybody, including me, but they test everybody. And something happened, but as far as the mask is concerned, I'm good with masks. I'm okay with masks. I tell people wear masks. But just the other day, they came out with a statement that 85% of the people that wear masks catch it. So
they didn't say that. I know
that's what I heard, and that's what I saw. And regardless, but everybody's tested, and they're tested often. And I also knew that, hey, I'm president. I have to see people. I can't be in a basement. I can't be in a room. I have to be out.
You can see people with a mask, though, right?
I can, but people with masks are catching it all the time. I mean, if you look at the governor of Virginia, he was known for a mask. If you look at Tom Tillis, a great guy, he always had a mask, and they caught it.
Well, there are pictures of Tom Tillis, actually, with one of Judge Barrett's kids not wearing a mask. But, Chris Christie, he was part of your debate prep.
Yeah.
He was, I believe, at that event. He came out tonight. He was sick, very sick. He was in the hospital for about a week. He came out tonight and said, I was wrong not to wear a mask.
Well, I mean, he has to say that. I think it's great. He's a friend of mine. He's a good guy. And wrong or not wrong. You have to understand, as president, I can't be locked in a room someplace for the next year and just stay and do nothing. And every time I go into a crowd, I was with the parents of our fallen heroes. These people are the most incredible people. And they came up to me, and they would hug me, and they would touch me. And I'm not going to not let them do it.
Now, there was an event with the Gold Star families the day after the Supreme Court event.
Gold Star event with the most incredible people you've ever seen. And I could have chosen not to talk to them or to keep everybody away. And you know what? and I don't think that's probably where it was taught, but maybe it
Well, I
was.
was going to say, you bring it up. You brought it up yourself. I mean, are you trying to suggest that? Do you believe a grieving military family gave you COVID?
No, I don't know where it came from.
Okay.
And you don't know where it came from, and the doctors don't know where it came from. But as the president, I have to be out there. I also know.
There's no one that says you can't be out there, but it's just about wearing masks and having, for example, your
But I know
rallies.
this.
Your rallies
As
don't
an
require
example,
masks.
I mean, let's see Kamala. She's got people now that people have it, and I'm not blaming her. I'm not saying, oh, she did a terrible thing. As president, I have to be out there. I can't be in a basement. I can't be locked in a very beautiful room someplace in the White House. And I want to see the Gold Star families, and I want to see everybody. And I also say to people all the time, it's risky doing it. It is risky doing
But
it.
as
It's
president,
risky.
you're right. You don't want to. You want to be a leader, but you also are a leader and a setter of an example. And if you're not wearing a mask when your administration is saying best practice right now is wear a mask, you know it's not foolproof. But
Many
that
people
will
are catching it. Many people are getting this disease that was sent to us by China, and it shouldn't have been allowed to happen. But many people are getting this, and I mean, nobody's being blamed. Everybody is working hard to get this thing out of our country, get it out of the world. Look at what's going on in Europe. Massive spikes. They've done a very good job, but now you take a look today at the UK, you take a look at Spain and France and Italy. There's tremendous spikes.
But our death rate is worse than, well, not Spain, but those
Well,
other
I
countries.
have things right here that will tell you exactly the opposite.
Me too.
So the UK is up 2,500%, because I knew you'd be doing this. I know you very well. The UK is up 2,500%. The EU is up 722%, and the United States is down 21%.
But we have, our deaths per capita is among the highest among industrially.
Excess mortality, we're a winner on the excess mortality. And what we've done has been amazing, and we have done an amazing job. And it's rounding the corner, and we have the vaccines coming, and we have the therapies coming. And I'll tell you what, one thing, when I got it, I had a choice: do nothing or use some of the things that we're looking at, like in this case Regeneron, and Eli Lilly makes something that's supposed to be incredible. And I think that maybe I wouldn't be doing this discussion with you right now. We have therapies now and cures. Maybe you can use the word cure, but we have therapies that are absolutely incredible.
I want to pick up on something you just said. You said we're rounding the corner.
I believe we're rounding the corner.
Now, 10% of the country approximately has had COVID. That means 80, 90%, let's do the math, is still vulnerable.
Right.
There's been some talk, including from the White House lately, that perhaps it approves of what's called herd immunity. That's where you basically just let young people and everybody get sick. You try to protect the old people and those who are sick, and hopefully it gets up to a certain level, and now we're all immune. So let's just be clear about it. It also means more deaths. Do you support herd immunity as a strategy? Essentially just let people get sick.
The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. We did the right thing. We were expected to lose 2,200,000 people, and maybe more than that. We're at 210,000 people. One person is too much. It should have never happened because of China. It happened because of China. And you have to get that and understand that. But it shouldn't have happened. But we were expected to lose. If you look at the original charts from original doctors who are respected by everybody, 2,200,000
That 2
people.
million figure, though, is if you literally did nothing. The 2 million figure is if you did absolutely nothing, it would be 2 million. The question is, should the deaths be better than 200,000 when relative to the rest of the world we have a worse death rate?
I left North Carolina, which I love. I left Pennsylvania. We won a big case in Michigan because that governor has a lockdown where nobody but her husband can do anything. He can go voting and do whatever he wants, but nobody else can. The fact is we're winning all these cases because it's unconstitutional what they're doing. And I think they're doing it for political reasons. But the fact is the cure, you can't let this continue to go on with the lockdowns.
Well, most
and I
of the
believe
states,
that on November 4th, you can have a lot of these governors. Look at what's happening to New York. New York is a mess. They lost almost 40,000 people. They have a lockdown like you've never seen. Now they're open. It's like a ghost town.
Let's get Steve.
And so that is very important. People are leaving New York by the thousands. And you'd have a hard time ever building it up again. So that cure, that so-called cure that you talk about, it can't be worse then the problem is a bad problem.
We've got more questions on COVID, so let's drop it for now. We were supposed to, as mentioned, be watching you on a debate stage right now. We're not doing that, so let's clear up a few things from the last one. You were asked point blank to denounce white supremacy. In the moment, you didn't. You asked some follow-up questions. Who specifically? A couple of days later, on a different show, you denounced white supremacy. My question to you is,
You've done this
why
today, and
does it
everybody.
seem like
I denounced white supremacy, okay?
You did
I
2 days
denounced
later.
white supremacy for years, but you always do it. You always start off with a question. You didn't ask Joe Biden whether or not he denounces Antifa. I watched him on the same basic show with Lester Holt, and he was asking questions like...
These questions are absolute trash,
Well, so,
by the way.
there's a little bit of a dodge.
Are you listening? I denounce white supremacy.
Okay.
What's your next
Do
question?
you feel, it feels sometimes you're hesitant to do so, like you wait a
Here we go again. Every time, in fact, when people came, I'm sure they'll ask you the white supremacy question. I denounce white supremacy.
Okay.
And frankly, you want to know something? I denounce Antifa, and I denounce these people on the left that are burning down our cities that are run by Democrats who don't
All right,
know
while
what
we're
they're doing.
denouncing, let me ask you about QAnon. It is this theory that Democrats are a satanic pedophile ring and that you are the savior
fuck everything
of that.
up.
Now, can you just once and for all state that that is completely not true?
So,
and
I know-
disavow QAnon in its entirety?
I know nothing about QAnon.
I just
I
told you.
know very little. You told me, but what you tell me doesn't necessarily make it fact. I hate to say that. I know nothing about it. I do know they are very much against pedophilia. They fight it very hard, but I know nothing about
They
it.
believe it is a
If you'd like me
satanic
to
cult run by the deep
study the
state.
subject, I'll tell you what I do know about. I know about Antifa, and I know about the radical left, and I know how violent they are and how vicious they are, and I know how they are burning down cities run by Democrats, not run by
Republican Senator Ben Sasse said, quote, QAnon is nuts, and real leaders call conspiracy theories conspiracy
He may
theories.
be
Why not
right.
just say it's
Can I be
crazy and
honest?
not
He
true?
may be right. I just don't know about QAnon.
You do know.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Let me
tell
ask you
all
another
about it.
thing.
Let's waste a whole show.
What up,
You
cannabis?
start off with white supremacy. I denounce it. You start off with something else. Let's go. Keep asking me these questions.
I do have one more
Let me just
amnesty.
let me just tell you what I do hear about it is they are very strongly against pedophilia, and I agree with that. I mean, I do agree with that, and I agree
But there's
with
not a satanic pedophile
No
cult
idea. I know
You
nothing
don't
about
know that? Okay.
No, I don't know.
You
that.
just
And neither-
this
neither
week.
Do you know that?
Okay, just this week
Why
you
aren't you
retweeted.
asking me about Antifa? Why aren't you asking me
Because you
about
just-
the radical left?
because you're
Why aren't
volunteering.
you asking Joe Biden questions about why doesn't he condemn Antifa? Why does he say it doesn't exist?
Because you're here before
Antifa,
me.
no, so cute. Antifa exists. They're vicious, they're violent, they kill people, and they're burning down our cities. And they happen to be radical left.
Just this week, you retweeted to your 87 million followers a conspiracy theory that Joe Biden orchestrated to have SEAL Team 6, the Navy SEAL Team 6, killed to cover up the fake death of bin Laden. Now, why would you send a lie like that to your followers? You
That
retweeted.
was a retweet. That was an opinion of somebody, and that was a retweet. I'll put it out there. People can
I
decide for
don't get that.
themselves. I
You're
don't
the
take a
president. You're
position.
not like someone's crazy uncle who can
No,
just retweet
no.
whatever.
That was a retweet, and I do a lot of retweets. And frankly, because the media is so fake and so corrupt, if I didn't have social media, I don't call it Twitter, I call it social media, I wouldn't be able to get the word out. And the word
the word
is,
is
and you know what
false.
the word is? The word is very simple. We're building our country stronger and better than it's ever been before. And that's what's happening, and everybody knows it.
Okay, we
You
got
know
a
what
bunch
else
of
the word
questions
is?
for you.
We're winning in a lot of states.
Okay.
We're winning in a lot of states. You
Well,
can
let me
see that.
ask, okay, I'm glad you brought up the election because I do want to ask about that. That's another kind of leftover item. A lot of people have asked you, will you accept a peaceful transfer of power? You have said repeatedly, the only way we lose this election is if it is rigged. Now, that is simply not true. The fact is either candidate can lose fair and square without ballot fraud.
And
So
you
will
know,
you accept the results
Winner
of the
lose, that's the
election?
way I want it to be. But when I see thousands of ballots, right, unsolicited ballots being given out by the millions, and thousands of them are dumped in dumpsters, and when you see ballots with the name Trump, military ballots from our great military, and they're dumped in garbage
That
cans.
is a handful. We could go all night, which we won't.
No,
but we
it's
could go all
happening
night,
every day.
one by one, a single case, a single day. You're talking about 150 million votes. Your own FBI director says there is no evidence of widespread
Oh, really?
fraud.
Well, then he's not doing a very good job. All you have to do is pick up the papers every day. 50,000 in Ohio, the great state of Ohio. 50,000 in another location, I think North Carolina. 500,000 applications in Virginia. No, there's a tremendous problem. But let me just tell you, they talk about the peaceful transfer, right? They spied on my campaign and they got caught, and they spied heavily on my campaign, and they tried to take down a duly elected sitting president. And then they talk about, will you accept a peaceful transfer? And the answer is yes, I will. But I want it to be an honest election, and so does everybody else. When I see thousands of ballots dumped in a garbage can and they happen to have my name on it, I'm not happy about
Okay,
that.
but just those are there is in fact no evidence of widespread fraud, and you were sowing doubt
Can
about
I
our
ask you,
democracy.
how
Our
can you say
democracy.
that? How can you say that? You do read newspapers.
I do.
You do watch the news. I know you
Yes,
read the
I
news,
do.
but you watch it.
I do.
Because every day they're talking about ballots that are corrupt, that are fraudulent.
And millions that are
Sure.
being processed right
Sure,
now.
but you can win a race. Take a look at me. You can win a race by 1%.
But why are you laying the groundwork for that right now? It's
I'm
like
not.
if
I
I
don't
go
want
play
that to
tennis with
happen.
my husband and I say my ankle's
Do you
hurting
know
right
what? I
now.
don't want that to happen, Savannah. I want it to be clean. I really feel we're going to win. But I want this to be clean.
Let's get
but
to-
it's sort of ironic that you and them talk about the peaceful transfer when I spent 3.5 years fighting off these maniacs, and now it turns out everything's there, that they were the ones that dealt with Russia. And it's too bad. A peaceful transfer, I absolutely want that. But ideally, I don't want a transfer because I want to win.
Yes, and I think that your words will probably reassure some folks. Let's get to our first voter. We've got Jacqueline Lugo. Now, she is, I told you this audience is truly split between y'all. You are leaning Biden. She voted for Clinton in 2016. She's registered as an independent. Jacqueline, what's your question for the president? And hold the mic up close and take up your mic because it's hard to hear out here.
Good evening.
How are you?
Welcome to Miami.
Thank you very much. It's beautiful.
Mr. President, if you knew COVID-19, as you told Bob Woodward in February,
As what?
as you told Bob Woodward in February, was airborne and deadlier than the flu, why did you only put in place a travel ban from China and not put in place other measures mitigating the spread of COVID-19, potentially saving tens of thousands of American lives?
Well, I did put it in very early, as you know. Joe Biden was 2 months behind me, and he called me xenophobic and racist and everything else because I put it in. And it turned out that I was 100% right. I also put it on Europe very early because I saw there was a lot of infection in Europe. And it's sort of an amazing question, and I appreciate the question and respect the question, but the news doesn't get out the right answer because I put on a travel ban far earlier than Dr. Fauci thought it was necessary, who I like, far earlier than the scientists. I was actually the only one that wanted to put it on, and I did it actually against the advice of a lot of people, including Nancy Pelosi, who had no clue what she was doing, and Biden. When I put on the travel ban, you know, I put it on in January, at the end of January. When I put on the travel ban, Joe Biden and others said, this is ridiculous. You don't do that. Well, Dr. Fauci said I saved thousands and thousands of lives.
Did you know?
I was early. I was extremely early when I put on the travel ban.
Can I ask you, did your national security advisor on January 28th in the Oval Office warn you that this would be the greatest national security risk of your administration? You didn't say it or you don't remember?
I read it someplace, maybe Woodward said it or something, but no, he did not say that. But I knew it was a big threat. At the same time, I don't want to panic this country. I don't want to go out and say, everybody's going to die, everybody's
Isn't there a middle ground? You don't have to mislead, but you can.
No, there's not a middle ground. You have to be safe, you have to be vigilant, and you have to be smart.
You're going to like this next couple of voters. It's a mom and a daughter.
Good.
Mom, Barbara, voted for you in 2016. She's leaning to vote for you again. Now, her daughter was too young to vote last time. She's going to vote for her first time in a presidential campaign, and she is leaning Biden. So imagine the dinner table at their house, okay? So, Barbara, why don't you go first and ask your question?
bienvenido a Miami.
Thank you.
Mr. Trump, as a frontline ER doctor working through the coronavirus pandemic,
Right.
I know firsthand, and I've seen that many hospitals throughout the United States are suffering financial hardships. These economic effects are trickling down to the frontline workers.
Right.
We are being, across the country, frontline workers are being fired, they're being furloughed, our salaries are being cut. And this is also happening in other economic sectors as well, including the travel industry and hospitality.
Right.
My question to you is, how are you going to get the United States back on track, both in terms of the economy and the pandemic?
So it's happening. We just set a record, 11.4 million jobs. We are going to have a phenomenal third quarter, which will be announced on November 1st, just prior to the big November 3rd day, where I think you're going to see a red wave. But we're going to have a tremendous announcement, I believe. I mean, we're going to find out. But GDP is going through the roof. Jobs, real estate, houses, so many things are happening. So people were saying we're going to have a 42% unemployment. Look, this was a thing that came into our country, and it happened more than 100 years ago, and it happened now. They were talking about a 42% unemployment
Who
rate.
was talking about that? I heard
It just came out
20%.
at 7.8% unemployment, and people can't even believe it. Our economy is going to be next year, if we don't have somebody that raises taxes and quadruples taxes, which they want to do and kills everything, our economy is going to be phenomenal next year. We're going to have a phenomenal, and I'll tell you, Savannah, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country last year, including the state of Florida, where we are now, and Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, and Ohio, every place. We had the greatest economy we ever had. We had to close it down. We saved 2 million lives. We're opening it up. We have a V shape, and it's coming back. It's coming back very fast. One other thing, we really helped the hospitals. We've sent billions and billions of dollars to the hospitals. In addition, hundreds of millions of masks and gowns, and we went into the ventilator business because this country was not equipped with ventilators. And I'm not blaming anybody for it, but we're now making thousands of ventilators a month, and we have all we can use. We're sending them all over the world because the world needs them. So they've worked very hard and really very, very effectively. Thank you. Great question.
Let's talk to Isabella and put the mic close to your mouth. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, my parents are, as you heard, both frontline healthcare workers, and I've seen the physical and the mental tolls that this pandemic has taken on them firsthand, as well as the exacerbation of coronavirus due to Americans who are not wearing masks or participating in social distancing. After contracting COVID-19 yourself, has your opinion changed on the importance of mask wearing?
No, because I was okay with the masks. I was good with it, but I've heard many different stories on masks. I mean, I had, being president, you have people, they bring meals, they bring this, and I had an instance recently where a very wonderful person is bringing me a meal, and he's playing with his mask, and he's touching his mask all over the place, and then he's bringing a plate in, and I'm saying, well, I don't know if that's so good. I mean, the good news, I didn't eat it, okay? I decided not to eat it. This was a month ago, but look, you have on the masks, you have two stories. You have a story where they want, a story where they don't want. I am all for
I
it.
don't get that because it's just all of your public health officials, your administration, they're in unison about this. They're all in unison about it. The University of Washington, which is you have a model that your coronavirus task force relies on, says that if everyone wore a mask, you could cut expected deaths in half.
And then you have other people that
60,000 lives.
disagree.
Well, what does that mean?
Scott Atkins, if you look at Scott, Dr. Scott, he's from great guy, Stanford. He will tell you
He's
that
not
he
an
disagrees
infectious
with you.
disease expert.
Oh, I don't know. Look, he's an expert. He's one of the great experts of the world.
But I don't get it because you have so much power and influence as president. You could go to you could require it at your rally, and you could say, everyone put on a mask right now, and the University of Washington says you could save lives.
In Washington, then you have other places say different things. You have a lot. Hey, Dr. Fauci said don't wear a mask, right?
At first, but then everybody agreed.
No, I don't know that he changed his mind. But then you have a report coming out 2 days ago that 85% of the people wearing masks.
I looked at that report. It's not about mask wearing. It was neutral on the question of masks.
We're on the same side. I say wear the mask. I'm fine with it. I have no problem. We're on the same side.
Let's take a break. We're going to get more questions right after this.
All right. What a trash town hall. Do I switch over to Biden or something? Turn this garbage shit
That's
down.
real. If you think that's real, you're just...
This smelled like a psyop the entire time. You see a one chick with a red mask, like nodding her head in agreement, and the chick with the blue just not moving. Yeah, this is stupid questions. It's like, let's be honest, man, if they really wanted to go after Trump, if NBC and MSNBC are the enemies of the right, they would go after him. I hope a Trump supporter would recognize that and be like, well, what's going on here? They're not actually going after him.
There's so many things. He's still, right?
Unless you think the
Middle
big
East,
topics are what they're talking
right?
about. Yeah.
Occupation in the Middle East. You could fucking say Venezuela, Bolivia, Yemen, Syria.
All those candidates are gone.
Oh, not to mention this shit that's happening in Africa. So.
Those guys are all gone. Let's take a peek over at this.
Highway, and yours is in a black neighborhood. Same exact home. Your home will start off being valued 29% less than my home. Yet your insurance for that home will be higher. You'll be taxed more for it. We've got to end this. That's what got me involved in politics in the first place, a thing called redlining. We can change so much that we can do so much to change the circumstances to give people a real opportunity.
Cedric, did you hear what you needed?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just saying, do you hear what you needed to hear?
I think so.
Okay. Well, there's a lot more if you want to. If you're gonna hang around afterwards, I'll tell you more.
Okay.
No, but I really mean it. It is the key. Look, this is the way every other. How do most, like my dad? He lost his job up in Scranton. And it took him 3 years to be able to move down to Delaware to Claymont, Delaware, a little steel town, and send us home to our grandpop to live with him. We finally got back. We lived in apartments, became 6 and 8 housing. Much later it wasn't. It was normal apartments. But it took him 5 years to be able to buy a home. Well, we bought a 3-bedroom home with 4 kids and a grandpop living with us, but it accumulated wealth. You build up wealth. That's how middle-class folks make it. They build up wealth. Then he was able to borrow a little against that to be able to help us get to school, those kinds of things. It's about accumulating wealth. And you're behind an 8 ball. The vast majority of people of color are behind an 8 ball. And it's the same way what's going on now with all this money that's been voted. What's happened? You go to the bank if you're a black businessman, and the president fired the only inspector general to oversee all this help coming from the Congress. And what happens? You go in and they say, do you have an account here? No. Do you have a credit card with this? No. Have you borrowed from us before? No. We bail these suckers out. They're not liable for any of the money, but they still won't rent it. They still won't lend it to you. We got to change that. It's about accumulating wealth.
Want to get another question in here from the
House?
No, not at all. Garnet Valley, Pennsylvania, Republican who voted for President Trump last time.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Vice President Biden. Nice to meet you. What's your view on the crime bill that you wrote in 1994, which showed prejudice against minorities? Where do you stand today on that?
Well, first of all, things have changed drastically. That crime bill went and voted. The Black Caucus voted for it. Every black mayor supported it across the board. And the crime bill itself did not have mandatory sentences except for 2 things. But it had 3 strikes and you're out, which I voted against in the crime bill. But it had a lot of other things in it that turned out to be both bad and good. I wrote the Violence Against Women Act. That was part of it. The assault weapons ban and other things that were good. What I was against was giving states more money for prison systems that they could build, state prison systems. And you have 93 out of every 100 people in jail now is in a state prison, not in a federal prison, because they built more prisons. I also wrote into that bill a thing called drug courts. I don't believe anybody should be going to jail for drug use. They should be going into mandatory rehabilitation. We should be building rehab centers to have these people housed. We should we should decriminalize marijuana, wipe out the record so you can actually say in honesty, you ever been arrested for anything? You can say no, because we're going to pass a law saying there is no background that you have to reveal relative to the use of marijuana. And so there's a lot of things, but in addition to that, we got to change the system. I joined with a group of people in the House to provide for changing the system from punishment to rehabilitation. Along with a guy named Marlon Spector, who you may remember, I wrote the Second Chance Act.
Oh, Jesus. Not only are we going to help you, we're going to fucking
much less expensive healthcare, that's a much better healthcare, and that's where we're aiming. And if we can do that, and we have a very good chance of doing it, but we've also brought down the price of...
If Trump's thing is just typical boring politics, I will watch Biden's, because that looked like two interesting fucking things just happened. Like actual adversary questions.
For voters. It is a big issue for me.
In point of fact, your administration is
Which means PSYOP.
the Supreme Court to argue to throw out the rest of Obamacare, which includes the protections for pre-existing conditions. So your administration is in court right now trying to get rid of that protection.
In order to replace it with a much better health care at a much lower price, and always, under all circumstances, we are going to protect the Republicans. And I mean, maybe I changed the party a lot over the last 3 years, but we will protect people with pre-existing conditions. And so, what I want to do, get rid of the terrible Obamacare. I've already done it to a large extent because, as you know, the individual mandate is gone. That was the worst part.
You repealed, but you haven't replaced. Now, you've been in office almost 4 years. You had both houses of Congress, Senate and House, in Republican hands, and there is not a replacement yet.
That's right. I'm sorry, but if you look, we had both houses, and what did we do? We got rid of the individual mandate.
But the problem is repeal and replace.
Look. We should be on the same side. I want it very simple. I'm going to put it very simple. We would like to terminate it, and we would like to replace it with something that's much less expensive and much better. We will always protect people with pre-existing
If
conditions.
you're successful in court in November, those pre-existing conditions, that promise will be gone.
If we don't succeed, we are running the remnants of whatever is left because we took it apart. We are running the remnants of whatever is left much better than the previous administration, which ran it very badly. But we'd like to have new health care, much better and much less expensive.
Let me get to question number 5, and you'll like this. He's stuck in traffic. His name is Joe White. He is registered as a Democrat. He says he's leaning toward Biden, and Biden voted for Hillary Clinton in 2016. And his question was, a second stimulus payment has been broadly agreed upon by the Republicans and Democrats, and yet now we're in October and it's still not passed. Why not use your office to make the second stimulus payment a separate, targeted emergency relief package to help Americans weather the pandemic?
We've actually passed 3 packages, and we're on our 4th, and I agree with him 100%. He should vote for me. The problem you have is Nancy Pelosi. She couldn't care less about the worker. She couldn't care less about our people, and we should have a stimulus, and I want a stimulus. The Republicans will approve a stimulus. The problem is she doesn't want to do it because she thinks it's bad for her election. The fact is, she's wrong, because people know she's in our way. She's not approving it. She doesn't appreciate our people, and she doesn't appreciate at all our workers. Nancy Pelosi, we are ready to sign and pass stimulus, but she's got to...
People do not love the back and forth of Washington, but this has been a roller coaster. Back in early October, you one day tweeted, no more negotiations until after election day. I'm walking away. Then I think the next couple of days you said maybe we can do something targeted. Then you said I want a big bill, but then Senate Republicans said no, we're not for that. So you are the big deal maker. How come this is so up? You yourself have changed positions.
Did you ever hear a word called negotiation? We're negotiating, okay?
But people's lives are hanging in the balance.
And you know who I'm negotiating against? Nancy Pelosi, because she doesn't want to give the money. We should have stimulus. This was not our people's fault. This was China's fault. And she's penalizing our people. I'm ready to sign a big, beautiful stimulus. You saw the other day, I said, go big or go home, right?
That's what
I want it to be big. I want it to be bold. I want the money to go to directly.
Senate Republicans with you, they're going to go big old number?
They'll go. They're going to be
okay, but so far they have not said they would.
Because I haven't asked them to, because I can't get through with Nancy Pelosi. If Nancy Pelosi and I through my representatives or directly, I don't care. If we agree to something, the Republicans will agree to it.
Okay. Our next question comes from, this is interesting. She voted for Clinton in 2016, but recently changed her registration from Democrat to Independent. She says she's truly undecided. Her name's Becky Lightman. Hello, Becky. What's your question?
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you. So, corporate tax rates are a hot button issue, and you have cut corporate tax rates, and your opponent Joe Biden is planning to raise them.
Right.
A lot of Americans think that corporations don't pay their share of
This is
taxes
unreal.
and want to
To
see
grab 'em by
those
the pussy,
tax
guys?
rates increase.
What do you think
What do you
about
say to
corporate
those
tax rates?
Americans to maybe tell them why you want the corporate tax rate lower and why that helps them?
It's a great question. We've created more jobs than this country has ever created. We're up to 160 million jobs. We were never even close to that number. We were just hitting 160 million jobs. Companies are pouring into our nation because of the tax rate. And if Biden comes in and raises taxes on everybody, including middle income taxes, which he wants to do, you will blow this thing and you'll end up with a depression, the likes of which you've never had. That's what's going to happen. We have something that's really good. The reason we're coming back so strong is because we built a very strong foundation. Companies are moving in. Car companies are moving into Michigan, into Ohio, into South Carolina and North Carolina just today. So what's happening is they're coming in because we reduced the taxes. Our taxes, our corporate taxes, were the highest in the world, and now they're among the lower taxes. They're not the lowest, but they're among the lowest. And what that means is jobs. But also, we're doing a very big, and we've done a very big middle-income tax package. So if we get in, we're going to do the middle-income tax package. But it's a great question. And if he comes along and raises rates, all those companies that are coming in, they will leave the U.S. so fast your head will spin. We can't let that happen.
On the subject of taxes, as you know, the New York Times has obtained, it says years of your tax returns, among other things. It says that you have debts of approximately $421 million that you have personally guaranteed and that will come due in the next 4 years. The question is, on behalf of voters, who do you owe $421 million to?
What they did is illegal, number one. Also, the numbers are all wrong with the numbers are released. And just so you understand, when you have a lot of risk that have real estate, you know a lot of it, okay? Right down the road, Doral. Big stuff, great stuff. I'm very under, when I decided to run, I'm very under-levered, fortunately, but I'm very under-levered. I have a very, very small percentage of debt compared, in fact, some of it I did as favors to institutions that wanted to loan me money. $400 million compared to the assets that I have, all of these great properties all over the world, and frankly, the Bank of America building in San Francisco. I don't love what's happening to San Francisco.
Do I hear you right? It sounds like you're saying $400 million isn't that much.
Biggest office buildings.
But are you confirming that yes, you do owe some $400 million?
What I'm saying is that it's a tiny percentage of my net worth.
That sounds like
you'll
yes.
see that soon because we're doing things, you know. We've given, I think it's 108 or 112 pages of financial detail to elections, and we have to file as the president, as any politician, you have to file. Nobody ever looks at that. When they do, they see how incredible the company is, but more importantly, they see where this debt is. No, I don't owe Russia money. I owe a very, very small, it's called mortgages. People have a house.
Any foreign bank, any foreign entity?
Not that I know of, but I will probably, because it's so easy to solve, and if you'd like to do, I will let you know who I owe whatever small amount of money. I want to say two things. Number one, it's a very small amount of money. Number two, it's very straight. It's very, very straight. But it's a tiny percentage of the worth. Did you ever hear the expression under-levered?
Yeah.
I'm extremely under-levered.
Here's the thing. You could clear this up tonight by just releasing your tax returns yourself. I mean, that's what I understand. I think people are just wondering.
As you know,
you're the only...
It turned out that I am
Yes, the IRS says
Excuse me.
the IRS says that doesn't stop you from releasing.
Accused me of not being under-audited previously, and so did other people at NBC, and I am under-audited. So that was solved. That's who I am under-audited. No person in their right mind would release prior to working out the deal with the IRS. And I'll go a step further. I'm treated very badly by the IRS. They treat me very, very badly. You have people in there from previous administrations. They treat me very badly. But we're under audit. It's very routine in many ways, but we're under audit. They like to change the game, change the rules, do everything. You saw what they did with the Tea Party people. You saw what they did with the religious
But to be
group.
clear, there is no law or rule that prohibits you from releasing your tax returns.
Except common sense and intelligence and having lawyers to say, because I would love to release them, and as soon as we come to a conclusion, I will release them, and very gladly. But if you go to elections, and if you take a look, you'll see 112, I think it's 112. It talks about the income, which is rather massive. It talks about all of the properties they have listed. You can never learn more, but you know what happened? People went there, all the reporters went. There was like a feeding frenzy. This was originally when I filed it. And I file it every year. I update it every year. My son is here. They run the company. I don't run the company.
It also says that you paid $750 in taxes in the year you were elected. Is that
That's a
true or not?
statutory number. It's a statutory.
But is that true?
I think it's a filing number. You pay $750. It's a filing.
Is that
or
all you
filing
pay?
fee.
Because most people here probably pay
No,
more.
I don't know. I can tell you this. If they have my tax returns, as you know, they have to go to jail. It's illegal. But their numbers were wrong. But let me tell you what else. I don't owe money to any of these sinister people. This has been going on for years now. Russia, Russia, Russia. It turned out to be a hoax. And it turned out to be that Hillary Clinton and the Democrats were dealing with Russia, not me. It's a whole hoax. So I would not mind at all saying who it is, but it's a very small. When you look at vast properties like I have, and they're big and they're beautiful and they're well located, when you look at that, the amount of money, $400 million, is a peanut. It's extremely under-levered. And it's levered with normal banks. Not a big deal.
All right, let's take a break. We'll get more voter questions right after this.
On Hulu, watch the news you need.
Thanks so much for streaming.
Nominate.
Democracy as a whole. Now, what do you say to Tony Barrett's box from
Then Osborne of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Democrat.
Hi, I'm George, Mr. Vice President. Our country's first Supreme Court gave its first ruling just 2 blocks from here, from 1791 to 1800, and it's become more polarized since then. Merrick Garland didn't get a hearing for all of 2016, and Amy Coney Barrett's being pushed through at the last minute, even though millions have already voted. So what do you think about ideas from people like Pete Buttigieg and others to put in place safeguards that will help ensure more long-term balance and stability? And what do you say to LGBTQ Americans and others who are very worried right now about erosions of their rights and our democracy as a whole?
Well, let me start the last point, work my way back. I think there's great reason to be concerned. I was on the road most of the time during these hearings, so I didn't hear many of them. I just got the recaps when I get in late at night. I've been going around the country, Florida, and anyway. And but my reading online, what the judge said was she didn't answer very many questions at all. And I don't even think she has laid out much of a judicial philosophy in terms of the basis upon which she thinks are there unenumerated rights in the Constitution of the West. So, number one. So I think there's great reason to be concerned for the LGBT community, something I've fought very hard for a long time to make sure there's equality across the board. Number two, I think that also healthcare overall is very much in jeopardy as a consequence of the president's going to go directly after this election directly to the Supreme Court within a month to try to get Obamacare wiped out after 10 million people have already lost their insurance from their employer and wants to take 20 million people out of the system as well, plus 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. So there's a lot at stake. I don't think it's appropriate. I think the Constitution implies. There's no provision in the Constitution. My problem is I made a mistake of teaching constitutional law for 21 years and the separation of powers. The Constitution implies that the way the people have a right to determine who's going to be on the court is how they vote for their senators and their president. We seek the advice and consent of the Senate and
The president's president for all 4 years, isn't he?
No, he is. But once an election begins, by implication, it is inconsistent with the constitutional principles, in my view. You get disagreement among scholars on this. But I believe it's inconsistent when millions of people already voted to put someone on the court. I think it should have been held. until this election is over, see what the makeup of the Senate is going to be. If the president wins this election, he should be able to.
How about that question of expanding the court? Here's what you said exactly 1 year ago tonight at a Democratic debate. You said, I would not get into court packing. I would not pack the court. That's not what you're saying now. Is the nomination of Judge Barrett reason enough to rethink your position?
What is the nomination? What I wanted to do, George, if I had answered the question directly, then all the focus would be on what's Biden going to do if he wins.
It's Obama's fault.
Instead of on, is it appropriate what is going on now? And it should stay, this is the thing that the president loves to do, always take our eye off the ball, what's at stake. One of the things Pete has suggested is, and there's a number of constitutional scholars have suggested as well, that there are at least 4 or 5 options that are available to determine whether or not you can change the way in which the court lifetime appointment takes place, consistent, arguably, with the Constitution. I have not been a fan of court packing because I think it just generates what will happen. Whoever wins, it just keeps moving in a way that is inconsistent with what is going to be manageable.
So you're still not a fan?
Well, I'm not a fan. I then say it depends on how this turns out. Not how he wins, but how it's handled. How it's handled. But there's a number of things that are going to be coming up, and there's going to be a lot of discussion about other alternatives as well.
What does that mean, how it's handled? How will that determine
for example, there's actually real live debate on the floor. If people are really going to be able to have a time to go through this, I don't know anybody who's gone on the floor and that's been a controversial justice in terms of fundamentally altering the makeup of the court that's gone through in a day kind of thing. I mean, it depends on how much they rush this. And you think about it, George. Here you got a lot of people not being able to pay their mortgage, not being able to put food on the table, not being able to keep their business open, not being able to do anything to deal with what's going on.
Like a they live thing, except we both die.
President Obama having to do with somebody else, that the president is put there for 4 years, not for 3 years. So during this 4th year, it happened to come up, unfortunately, because I had great respect for Justice Ginsburg, but a vacancy happened to come up, and we picked somebody that's outstanding. She has been an absolute star, and I'm extremely proud of it. But again, plenty of time. I mean, there's plenty of time. We're going to do it before the election, but we also have much time after the election, but there's no reason to wait, because it's almost unanimous, it seems to me, certainly within the Republican Party, and frankly, most of the Democrats within closed rooms. I guarantee you that this is an outstanding person, and I'm using my 4th term. And if you look at it, and if you put the shoe on the other foot, if they had this, they would do it 100%. So there's been 29 times when this has happened. All 29 times, a president has done exactly what I've done.
Can I just, to the voters' point, I'll just say that in 2016 you were on another show, actually another morning show, and you were asked whether President Obama should nominate a Supreme Court Justice Merrick Garland, and you said, I think the Senate should wait until the next president and let the president pick. Now that was 8 months before the election. This is 3 weeks before the election.
I have a lot of respect, by the way.
So you have changed your position on this.
I have a lot of respect for Judge Garland, I want to tell you that. But I'll tell you, the whole ball game changed when I saw the way they treated Justice Kavanaugh. I have never seen any human being, and I'm not just talking about Supreme Court, I have never seen a human being treated so badly with false accusations and everything else. I have never seen anything like it. And you know what? The truth is, Savannah...
He's never seen a human being treated so badly. Oh my God. Assange? Yeah, he deserved the death penalty. Kill him. Kill them all.
Amy Coney Barrett confirmed to the Supreme Court.
No, Bill Barr will save them.
Come up in connection with the election. Do you expect her to rule for you?
I think she'll have to make that decision. I don't think she has any conflict at all. A Supreme Court judge does not have, they can make their own. I don't think she...
You expect, in case any challenges come up in connection with the election, do you expect her to rule for you?
I think she'll have to make that decision. I don't think she has any conflict at all. A Supreme Court judge does not have, they can make their own decision. And they actually have additional power to make that decision. It would be totally up to her. I would think that she would be able to rule either for me or against me. I don't see any conflict whatsoever. We We have an election coming up. I think it's the most important election in the history of our country. If for any chance, and it probably won't, and I hope it doesn't ever get to the Supreme Court, but if it did, I would think that she would rule one way or the other. I would think so.
But for you think she would rule for you?
I have no idea.
I mean, of course she'll rule one way or the other, but...
Believe it or not, I never asked her about it. I never talked about it. I didn't talk about any of the obvious things that you could talk about. And I think a lot of people in my position might. But in speaking to a lot of very brilliant people and people that do this for a living, they say it's better not to talk. So I talked to her about life. I talked to her about the fact, would you like to do this? Are you willing to do this? Because it's a tremendous burden. The answer is yes. She's unbelievably well qualified, but I never spoke to her about these various questions.
Let's get our next voter. She's leaning to you, Mr. President. She voted for you in 2016. She is a registered Republican. Her name is Mariah Green. Mariah, what's your question?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President. I'm honored to be with you here tonight, sir, so thank you. I'm a pro-life millennial, and my question for you today is, if Roe v. Wade is ultimately overturned in the future, what protections would be put in place or kept for where the mother's life is in jeopardy in relation to high-risk pregnancies?
Well, again, I'm not ruling on this, and Roe v. Wade is something that a lot of people would say, obviously, you're going to speak to somebody. I also, two other great justices, Justice Gorsuch and Justice Kavanaugh, I never spoke to them about Roe v. Wade. I never spoke to them about election laws. I never spoke to them about anything. And I've done the right thing from a moral standpoint. I don't even know from a legal standpoint, but it was the right thing.
Link it propaganda.
I think, depending on what happens with Roe v. Wade, I think that perhaps it could get sent down to the states, and the states would decide. I also think perhaps nothing will happen. I have not talked to her about it. I think it would be inappropriate to talk to her about it. And some people would say you can talk to her about it. I just think it would be inappropriate.
But what is your preference? Because it agreed, that's not something you should talk to the judge about. But would you like to see Roe versus Wade overturned?
I would like to see a brilliant jurist, a brilliant person who has done this in great depth and has actually skirted this issue for a long time, make a decision. And that's why I chose her. I think that she's going to make a great decision. I did not tell her what decision to make, and I think it would be inappropriate to say right now, because I don't want to do anything to influence her. I want her to get approved, and then I want her to go by the law, and I know she's going to make a great decision for our country.
You running as a pro-life Republican. Most pro-life Republicans would like to see Roe v. Wade overturned and abortion banned.
Many of them would. Perhaps most of them would. I am telling you, I don't want to do anything to influence anything right now. I don't want to go out tomorrow and say, oh, he's trying to give her a signal, because I didn't speak to her about it. I've done the right thing in so doing. How she's going to rule, you're going to find out perhaps, or you might not find out. I mean, it may never get there. It may never get there. We'll see what happens.
All right, we have another question. This is Cindy Velez. She is undecided. She says she's leaning to Biden, and she did vote for Clinton in 2016. She's registered as a Democrat. Hi, Cindy. What's your question?
Good evening, Savannah. Good evening, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
As the mother of a young male of color, I have reason to respect authority, not only because it's the right thing to do, but also out of fear that he may face profiling.
It's a 90s MILF, just being honest. 90s
As an
MILF.
educator, I've also had similar conversations with my high school
Her
students.
haircut's from the 90s.
Mr. President, what will you and your administration do to better prepare our law enforcement officers to work in collaboration with the communities that they serve, and also to protect the lives of innocent Black and Latinos from police brutality and injustice?
Right, I fully understand the question, and I saw everything that you saw over the summer, and it was a terrible thing to watch. We were very strongly, we have a senator named Tim Scott from South Carolina. He came up with a bill that should have been approved. It was great. It was a bill that was strong in terms of law enforcement and strong in terms of enforcing the proper thing and doing the proper thing by law enforcement. And the Democrats just wouldn't go for it. They wouldn't go for it at all. And I don't know why, because it was a really great bill. But I do have to say this. And some people don't like it when I say it, but a lot of people agree. I have done more for the African American community than any president, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, historically black colleges and universities. I got them funded. They were on a year-to-year basis. They could have been put out of business. As soon as our country had a little bad year, they would have said, I'm sorry, we're not going to fund you. I got them 10-year funding and financing, and more than they even asked for. I became very friendly with a lot of the heads. But we've done more, and of course, opportunity zones. But criminal justice reform, everybody said it could not be done. President Obama and Biden never even tried to do it. They never even tried. But I say that, and I say it often, I'll say it loud, and I'm very proud of it. And I have a great relationship because of what I've done with the African American community. I'm very proud of it.
Let's go to our next question. We have Paulette Dale. She leans slightly to Biden. She voted for Clinton in 2016. She's registered as a Republican. Paulette, what's your question?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
I have to say, you have a great smile.
Thank you.
So,
Have you noticed it's all women? Right? It's all been women.
as the daughter
With really dumb
of
questions, by the
immigrants
way.
to the United States who fled Eastern Europe due to religious persecution.
Right.
The United States immigration policies are very personal for me.
Right.
Surveys show that most Americans and the majority of Republicans support the Dreamers program. So my question for you, Mr. President, is if you are elected to a second term, do you expect to pursue your previous efforts to cut the DACA program?
Yeah.
Why or why not?
And the DACA is somewhat different than Dreamers. You understand that, and you understand it better than anybody probably in this room. Where do you come from, by the way, originally?
My grandparents were from Russia and Poland.
That's very good. Okay. So we are going to take care of DACA. We're going to take care of Dreamer. It's working right now. We're negotiating different aspects of immigration and immigration law. We built now over 400 miles of border wall, southern border. Mexico's working very closely with us. We have the strongest border we've ever had. We want people to come into our country. They have to come in legally. But we are working very hard on the DACA program, and you will be, I think, very happy over the course of the next year.
Thank you.
Because I feel the same way as you do about it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, in point of fact, the DACA program, there are, under your administration, no new applicants are allowed. And in fact, the DACA recipients now have to renew every year as opposed to every 2 years. So in fact, the DACA program has been curtailed by your administration.
Well, what happened is because of the pandemic, much changed on the immigration front. Mexico is heavily infected, as you know, and we've made it very, very difficult to come in because of the pandemic and other reasons, and crime. But we have a very strong border right now, and we have to keep it that way. But we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in through a merit system, and they have to come in legally. And people are very, very happy with it. You haven't heard any complaints about that. But what happened is because of the pandemic, we have to be extra cautious.
You have been promising this immigration bill since, well, at least July, when you told my colleague on Telemundo it was coming, but nothing's come yet.
It's very happy. The fact is, we got rid of catch and release, which is a disaster. You know, you catch somebody, they could be a murderer, they could be a rapist, and we're supposed to release them into our country. These are the laws that I inherited. We ended that program. Now, I think you're going to see something very, very good. The whole immigration, if you look at what's going on, people used to pour into our country, and especially during the pandemic. I think even you, Savannah, would be very impressed.
Sir, we have about 30 seconds left. I think about people sitting out there tonight. There are some who love you. Some of them are sitting right around here, and some who will never vote for you. But there are people in the middle. There are people who aren't sure.
That's right.
There are people who want to know why they should give you a second chance and how you might improve in a second term. 30 seconds, what would you say to them?
Because I've done a great job. We have the strongest economy in the world. We closed it up. We are coming around the corner. The vaccines are coming out soon, and our economy is strong. We are at a level with jobs like we've never been before. We've rebuilt our military. We've rebuilt our borders. We had no borders. We had no nothing. We've rebuilt so much. We've given you the greatest tax cut in the history of our country, greatest regulation cut, equally as important, and we created new levels of jobs that nobody thought was possible. And next year is going to be better than ever before.
I gotta leave it there. I got a wrap from the control room. Mr. President, thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to the voters' questions. That concludes our town hall. We do want to thank the president again, as well as our audience in hot Miami and all of you watching at home. And a reminder, Donald Trump and Joe Biden are scheduled to meet in person a week from tonight in Nashville, a second and final presidential debate moderated by our own.
We get a question from Michelle Elise from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a businesswoman, a social worker. You're a Republican who's voted for Democrats, but you're not sure what you're going to do this time around. Correct?
Correct.
Listen to this shit.
Greetings, former Vice President Biden. Whoa. Thank you, Mrs. Dollars. In a 2012 report of the University of Pittsburgh's Institute of Politics, fracking was discussed and its possible implications for the waterways from the Commonwealth to the Gulf. Fracking has made the population sick and killed wildlife in southwest Pennsylvania. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and small business development centers have already begun to transition people away from fossil fuels. What industries that are not harmful to human health and the environment are you planning for southwest Pennsylvania and the nation?
Well, first of all, I make it clear I do not propose banning fracking. I think you have to make sure that fracking is in fact not emitting methane or polluting the well or dealing with what can be small earthquakes and how they're drilling. So it has to be managed very, very well, number one. Number two, what we have to do is the future rests in renewable energy. The single fastest growing energy source in the world right now, because I'm going to say something that's going to sound self-serving, but I managed the Recovery Act, and I was able to invest billions of dollars into bringing down the cost per BTU of wind and solar. So now it's cheaper than coal, it's cheaper than oil right now. And it has great, great promise. And it's also the fastest growing employer in the energy industry. And so there are a number of things that I would do immediately. Number one, there are well over 100,000 wells that are left uncapped in the region. We could hire 128,000 of these people who are working in the industry to cap these wells and get a good salary doing it now. Number one. Number two, we should be moving toward finding the new technologies that are going to be able to deal with carbon capture. So ultimately, as a transition we moved to a net zero emission of carbon, that we're still going to be able to use, if we find the right technology, some gas to be able to, if we can carbon capture. And I think we're going to be able to move in a direction where by the year 2035, we'll be able to have net zero emissions of carbon from the creation of energy creation. That so we can move it by dealing with those. And every time we talk about global warming or the environment, the president thinks it's a joke, and I think it's jobs. Because what we're going to have happen is, you'll be able to see now, as I started to say before, I as president is going to invest that $600 billion we spend in government contracts only on those things that in fact also are not only made in America, but building an infrastructure that's clean and new. And what we have to do is focus on the transmission of energy across the country from areas relating to solar and wind. The reason is that that has not been mastered yet. I've met a lot of people in Silicon Valley. The battery technology is increasing significantly, so you're going to be able to have, for example, solar on your home and a battery beside this by this, as I'm showing you here, in your basement. So when the sun doesn't shine for 5 days, you still have enough energy. So we're making significant progress. The other thing we're going to do is provide an awful lot of work. It's estimated to put close to
lithium batteries. I don't think do shit, from what I heard.
4 million buildings and 2 million homes. because we'll save tons and tons of energy, or like billions of barrels of energy over time, and at the same time provide significant employment and a good union wages, prevailing wages.
Let me stick on fracking for a second. You said you don't want to ban fracking. As you know, it's an important issue here in Pennsylvania. Not everyone buys your denial. A member of the Boilermakers Local 154, Sean Stephanie, was quoted in the New York Times today saying, "You can't have it both ways." He says you can't meet your goal to end fossil fuels without ending fracking. What do you say to people like Sean who doubt your denial because they think you want to keep that promise?
Tell the Boilermakers overwhelmingly endorse me, okay? So the Boilermakers Union has endorsed me because I sat down and went into great detail with the leadership exactly what I would do, number one. Number two, what I would do is I would stop giving tax breaks and subsidizing oil. We don't need to subsidize oil any longer, number one. We should stop that and save billions of dollars over time. What I would also do with regard to, the difference between me and the new Green Deal, they say automatically by 2030, we're going to be carbon free. Not possible.
So are you for it or against it? You say you're not for it, but in your website it says you call it a crucial framework. The Green Deal.
My deal is a crucial framework, but not the new Green Deal. The new Green Deal calls for elimination of all non-renewable energy by 2030. You can't get there. You're going to need to be able to transition, George, to be able to transition to get to the place where we invest in new technologies that allow us to do things that get us to a place where we get to net zero emission, including in agriculture. I've laid out a detailed plan. We should be taking the plan where we allow significant more land to be put in conservation, plant deep-rooted plants which absorb carbon from the air, and in fact pay farmers to do it. We can do things like pelletize all the chicken manure and all the horse manure and cow manure, and they can take out the methane and use it as fertilizer and make a lot of money doing it. For example, right now down in people, when I say that, they wonder what I'm talking about. The biggest carbon sink in the world is the Amazon. More carbon absorbed from the air, diminishing global warming in the Amazon than all the carbon emitted on a yearly basis from the United States of America from all vehicles and all means. So we have to use our imaginations. We have to move in the direction as well, providing for electric vehicles. Electric vehicles will save billions of gallons of oil, create estimated, not me, Wall Street, 1 million automobile jobs. But we're lagging. We're not investing. We're not doing any of the research.
Time to take another quick break. We'll be right back.
The new Green Deal is...
ABC News.
All right. All right. That's right. The new Green Deal. It's green and new. This lady explains to him like the environmental problems she's having, presumably in her area, and then he's like, his first statement's about like, yeah, I'm not against fracking. Like, that's his first statement. Unbelievable. What else did I just hear?
I'm not against killing.
They bring up the Green New Deal being on his website, being known as a good framework, or his website calling it a good start, a good framework that we can build off of. He's like, no, I meant my deal. It's like, whoa. I wonder if that's true or not. It seems like from the jump of tonight, just watching all of this, it's like, whoa, is this all in favor of Trump? Doesn't seem like that. We're going to rewind some of the Biden shit. But because the shit I was listening to on my phone, it's like, is he getting tougher, more real questions than Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Trump, I like your smile, by the way. How are we going to make this money trickle down?
Where's Biden's head nod in the background?
Yeah, no. He's stammering. He sounds like the way Jimmy Dore paints him as. Right? There's Very weird, man. Let's make a Green New Deal. Behind door number 1, Greta. Number 2, Al Gore. Number 3, Koch Industries. Or cock. That Nash. I love how they're just accepting the framing of the Green New Deal as the AOC thing and just completely skipping over the like you know, pretty, I'd call it decently comprehensive Bernie Sanders Green New Deal. That just gets skipped over. It doesn't exist. Never happened. The pages and pages of descriptions and what he wants to do, just it's all about AOC getting on a podium and saying Green New Deal, and that's all they care about. It's a real quick. It's a turn back the clock on politics to make it the old style, the boring ass, who gives a shit, I'll just pick the guy who I like looking at more politics. We're going back to that. And they're doing it through Trump now. Like, specifically through him. It almost seems like they're trying to get rid of Biden and create room for this fucker. Oh, well, what do you think about it? You know, what's it called? Trickle down. It's like, what? Who says that? Who fucking says that? I don't know. What do you want to show me? Yeah. You sure? Let me see it again. Well, I was fucking talking before. What's up, Tony?
What do you do? I work for a relief company. It's like,
Alright, we're back, I think.
Yes, I know. Scranton, right?
Yep.
Whoa.
So,
No offense, he looks like a
peace is
vampire
breaking out
or something.
all over the world. Our troops are coming home. Serbia is talking to Kosovo.
Hold the fuck
And the
on.
Arabs
Let me,
and Israelis are talking. Peace is breaking.
Pennsylvania.
Yes, I know.
He
Welcome
looks
to
like a
Pennsylvania,
straight up
Mr. Vice
grifter.
President.
Good to be back home. I'm from Pennsylvania.
Yes, I
Look
know.
at this
Scranton,
motherfucker.
right?
Yep.
Listen to the question.
So, peace is breaking out all over the world. Our troops are coming home. Serbia is talking to Kosovo. And the Arabs and Israelis are talking peace, which I believe is a modern day miracle, what's going on. Does President Trump's foreign policy deserve some credit?
A little, but not a whole lot. We find ourselves in a position where we're more isolated in the world than we've ever been. Our allies are our goat alone. America first has made America alone. You have Iran closer to having enough nuclear material to build a bomb. North Korea has more bombs and missiles available to it. We find ourselves where our NATO allies are publicly saying they can't count on us. We're in a situation as well where in the Far East we find ourselves in the Western Pacific where we're isolated as well. You have Japan and South Korea at odds with one another. China is making moves. So I would say we find ourselves less secure than we've been. I do compliment the president on the deal with Israel recently, but if you take a look, we're not very well trusted around the world. When 17 major nations in the world were asked who they trust more, who's the better leader, and the president came in behind both the international survey, both behind Putin as well as Xi. And look what Putin's doing. You have Americans, bounties on American military's heads in Afghanistan. They have more people there now, by the way, than when we left in Afghanistan. And we find ourselves in a situation where he's talked to Putin 6 times, hadn't said a word to him.
And NATO is on the risk of beginning to crack because they doubt our concern whether we're there. You see what's happening in everything from Belarus to Poland to Hungary, and the rise of totalitarian regimes in the world, and as well as this president embraces all the thugs in the world. I mean, he's best friends with the leader of North Korea, sending love letters. He doesn't take on Putin in any way, and he is just he's learned the art of the steal from the art of the deal by Xi in China. So I would respectfully suggest, no, there is no plan, no coherent plan for foreign policy. You know, we've always ruled. We've been most effective as a world leader, in my humble opinion, not just by the exercise of our power, we're the most powerful nation in the world, but the power of our example. That's what's led the rest of the world to follow us on almost everything. He's pulled out of almost every international organization. He gets laughed at when he goes to the, literally, not figuratively, when he goes to the United Nations. I mean, it's not about the president per se, it's about the nation and the lack of respect that's shown to us.
I want to get one more question in this segment. It comes from Mika Hack. She's from State College, Pennsylvania. This is your first presidential election that you're voting.
Yes.
Hi, Mika, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm the proud mom of 2 girls, 8 and 10. My youngest daughter is transgender. The Trump administration has attacked the rights of transgender people, banning them from military service, weakening non-discrimination protections, and even removing the word transgender from some government websites. How will you, as president, reverse this dangerous and discriminatory agenda and ensure that the lives and rights of LGBTQ people are protected under U.S. law?
Oh, flat out just change the law. Eliminate those executive orders, number one. You may recall, I'm the guy who said, I was raised by a man who, I remember I was being dropped off. My dad was a high school educated, well-read man who was a really decent guy, and I was being dropped off to get an application in the center of our city, Wilmington, Delaware, the corporate capital of the world at the time. And these 2 men, I'm getting out to get an application to be a lifeguard in the African American community because there was a big swimming pool complex. And these 2 men, well dressed, leaned up and hugged one another and kissed one another. I'm getting out of the car at the light, and I turned to my dad. My dad looked at me and said, "Joey, it's simple. They love each other." The idea that an 8-year-old child or a 10-year-old child decides, you know, I decided I want to be transgender. That's what I think I'd like to be. It'll make my life a lot easier. There should be 0 discrimination. And what's happening is too many transgender women of color are being murdered. They're being murdered. And, I mean, I think it's up to now 17. Don't hold me to that number, but it's higher now, and that's just this year. And so I promise you, there is no reason to suggest that there should be any right denied your daughter or daughters, whichever, 1 or 2, one, your daughter, that your other daughter has a right to be and do. None, 0. And by the way, my son Bo passed away, was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware. He was the guy who got the first.
Guys, this is set up against Joe Biden.
And,
it seems so blatant.
A man who became a woman who worked for him in the Attorney General's office.
Got one more segment coming up. Thank you.
I'm proud of that.
ABC News, straightforward, with so much at stake, so much on the line. More Americans turn here than any place else.
All right. I mean, is anyone else with me that this is quote unquote rigged against Biden? Look at the questions Trump got. Look at those questions, man. And look at this. That's fucking weird, man. That's very weird. And I think it would all be, the whole point of it would be to once again reset and put everyone back into being comfortable with voting for Bill Clinton or George W. Bush. like comfortably doing it without thinking about it. I think that's the ultimate plan there. And holy shit. Wait, like I didn't even hear the early parts of the Biden town hall. Let's see what happens when I go back to it. Because there's one black kid talking, and it didn't sound so good for Biden. The way, like the looks on his face. I could be wrong, but like the moderator was like, "Did that answer your question?" Like, first of all, who says that? Second of all, like, unless you're like trying to get at something. But like, look at the kid's face. When we go back to it, you'll see. Fucking weird, man. I need to turn it. Fucking assholes. But yeah, this is very weird. And did Trump see any questions like that? That are like, here's things where you have like holes in your political facade. None. Maybe Q? What was that one? But even that's like, he's winking at them and getting their votes. And he's also not winking at them and getting the other guy's votes. It's just a win-win for him. So I'm like, is this fucking set up and rigged? Yeah, what do you think about the term Latinx? Is it racist to call Anthony Hairy Legs Reyes Latin? I don't know. I would hope to be called my name. Hey, black guy. I'm Jordan. What's up? Hey, token. My name's Jordan.
It's the black guy.
The girl that asked Trump questions is super dumb. Yeah, the moderator. Her, I'm like, whatever we just saw in the Trump town hall, I'm not calling it dumb. That seemed calculated, all of it. From the crowd questions to just like, actually these with Biden, crowd questions seems very calculated too. Just less in favor of Trump, or less in favor of Biden. Jen Sneaky? I guess they're gonna steal it again. Steal what? You can't steal if someone gives it away, right? What was it called? Propaganda, you know. What was it? Like Operation Pied Piper? Or the Pied Piper strategy? To get, well, to get Trump to be the nominee. And then Clinton was going to try to win off of that. But there are people that believe that Trump was set up to win from the jump. In 2016, I'm talking about. And right now, this seems set up for Trump to win. Like, it's complete caricature bullshit we're seeing. And still commercial. I'm going to start calling Prop Cracker. How dare you? Call him Honky instead. Can I at least call him Anthony Hairy Legs Reyes? Go for it. I can tell my employer has been feeling emboldened. It's Latinx. It's supposed to be a non-gendered way to say Latino, Latina. Why don't you just call someone by their fucking name? Unless you're talking to the cops. But they were 6 foot tall. They had a dick. But no hair on their legs. He's wearing a baseball cap. Like, otherwise, what the fuck what are we doing? Why are you even telling anyone? So yeah, my friend Jordan. He's black, by the way. He's Black X. So what are you doing? Fuck. You're supposed to be like, oh, he plays Call of Duty. He likes baseball. Atlanta Braves. Go Braves. Score I should be checking right now.
Actually, I'm surprised you didn't respond to that little meme you sent me. That shit's
What?
hilarious.
What?
It's that annoying 90s kid I told you. You're like, I don't fucking remember.
Back? Oh, we are back. My bad.
The 8th largest black population as a percent of population. It was an epiphany for me, seeing what was going on. And I got deeply into what focusing part.
Just completely missed this whole thing.
Use your today.
And welcome back to our town hall with former Vice President Joe Biden. The next question comes from Keenan Wilson, Narberth, Pennsylvania, Democrat.
We're up to 1 in the series. I don't get the joke.
You say that you committed to entering this race after the events of Charlottesville in 2017. I assume that that feeling that prompted you to run will not go away once the results are determined. So, hypothetically, if you lose, how will you use your platform to urge President Donald Trump and those rallying behind him towards the ideals of a more perfect union?
Well, to be very honest with you, I think that's very hard. He is not, things have not lent themselves to him learning from what's happened, what's gone before. Instead of being chastened by being one of the few presidents, the only president to be impeached and then have a member of his own party vote to expel him, it emboldened him. So, but what I will do, hopefully I'll go back to being a professor at the University of Pennsylvania and making the case that I've been made and at the Biden Institute at the University of Delaware, focusing on these same issues relating to what constitutes decency and honor in this country. And making the case that I've been made and at the Biden Institute at the University of Delaware, being one of the few presidents, the only president to be impeached and then have a member of his own party vote to expel him, it emboldened him. So, but what I will do, hopefully I'll go back to being a professor at the University of Pennsylvania and making the case that I've been made and at the Biden Institute at the University of Delaware, focusing on these same issues.
We're up 2 games to 1, Anthony, so shut the fuck up.
Constitutes decency and honor in this country. It's just a thing that got me involved in public life to begin with. As a kid, I moved from Scranton, where there were no African Americans, and moved down to Claymont, Delaware, and in Delaware we have the 8th largest black population as a percent of population. It was an epiphany for me, seeing what was going on, and I got deeply involved. I'm no great shakes. I don't mean I wasn't John Lewis. I don't mean to imply that, but it's the thing that's motivated. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He said, everyone's entitled to be treated with dignity. Everybody. And it was real. Everybody is. And so whether I'm a defeated candidate for president back teaching or I'm elected president, it is a major element of everything that I'm about because it reflects who we are as a nation. And it's what makes us, this is every single solitary generation. The dial has moved closer and closer and more to inclusion. And we are a country that is a country of slaves who came here 400 years ago, indigenous people, and everyone else is an immigrant. And we're a diverse country. And unless we are able to treat people equally, we're just never going to meet our potential. But I think the American people want to see that happen. I think they're ready to see it happen. And I'll tell you one thing, if I'm elected president, you will not hear me race baiting, you'll not hear me dividing, you'll hear me trying to unify. And unify bring people together. When I said I was running because I wanted to unify the country, people said, well, they were the old days. We better be able to do it again. We better be able to do it again.
Mr. Vice President, if you lose, what will that say to you about where America is today?
Well, it could say that I'm a lousy candidate and I didn't do a good job. But I think, I hope that it doesn't say that we are as racially, ethnically, and religiously at odds with one another as it appears the president wants us to be. Usually, the president's, in my view, with all due respect, has been divide and conquer. The way he does better if he splits us. There's division. And I think people need hope. I think, look, George, I've never been more optimistic about the prospects for this country than I am today, and I really mean that. I think the people are ready, they understand what's at stake, and it's not about Democrat or Republican. If I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I'm going to take care of those who voted against me as well as those who voted for me, for real. That's what presidents do. We got to heal this nation because we have the greatest opportunity of any country in the world to own the 21st century, and we can't do it divided.
One more break, we'll be right back.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action.
Oh my God.
The adventure. And the originals. There's no limit to what man for life. These are your world.
Sorry, I was checking the Braves score. 1-1 game, by the way. Braves due up. Fuck Kershaw. Fuck that little shithead. He's overrated. He's the LeBron of baseball. He's trash in the playoffs. Nah, he's trash. He relies on better teammates. Yeah. Yeah, actually. I'm not even joking now. Yeah. Kyrie. Anthony Davis. Dwayne Wade. Who? The Cavaliers? No, he had to score a bunch of points for them to win, but they lost. Usually badly. Right, swept by the Spurs. What else? Lost 4-1 to the fucking Magic. Where all they had was Dwight Howard and a bunch of spot-up shooters. It's like, you gotta do better than that. Just being honest here. But, yeah. Anyways. Yeah, fuck Kershaw. Let's see. Kershaw's butthole clenches when he's in the playoffs. Tony says, see if you can pull this up. Pause. Can you do that with your phone? Dude, I gotta keep this score going. We got Austin Riley up.
I keep the score up here.
Either way, I'll take it. You want to do the score or the fucking chat?
Yes.
Score? Tell me now, man. Seriously.
Braves.
Alright.
Oh, it's rained out. Sorry, no game.
You flied out to the left. Fuck. I got you, Tony. I got you. Let's see. I also have Propaganda's video ready to go.
Yeah, I'll fucking see it all times.
Okay. I want a little more than that, but okay.
How's that?
Yeah. Alright. I can't see who's up. I can't see. It's all good. It's only the playoffs. I'll do it again. Do it again some other time. Yeah. It's not baseball. It's the Braves. It's a whole different thing. Yeah. Fuck existentialism. Just. Fuck existentialism. That video's not showing up, Tony. Every time I click on it, it keeps going back to like a YouTube homepage. Try it again. That's very weird. What is what? From Tony Watches Closely in the chat. Every time I click on it, it goes back to YouTube homepage.
He took a COVID test the day of your last debate. You're supposed to have another debate a week from tonight. Just two quick questions.
What happened?
Do you expect that debate to happen? Will you demand that President Trump take a test that day and let it be negative before you debate?
Yeah, by the way, before I came up here, I took another test. I've been taking every day, the deep test, you know, when they're going both. And because I wanted to be able, if I had not passed that test, I didn't want to come here and not, you know, expose anybody. And I just think it's just decency to be able to determine whether or not you are you're clear. And it's not. I'm less concerned about me, but then the people, the guys at the cameras, the people working in the, you know, the Secret Service guys you drive up with, all those people. And so yes, I believe he'll do that. Look, I'm going to abide by what the commission rules call for. I was prepared to debate him remotely, which was supposed to happen, and he said he wouldn't do that, you know, a virtual debate or town hall. He didn't want to do that. I didn't set those rules, the commission set the rules. So whatever rules they set, and I'm confident that the Cleveland Clinic is the one overseeing it. I think they're going to not let happen what happened last time. They're going to demand that it's safe.
But you expect to be there?
I expect to be there.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for your time tonight. Thanked all the questioners here. It was really terrific questions. I think you did a service to our democracy tonight. Thank you very much. I want to go back to my colleague David in New York.
All right, George, thank you. So there you have it, the ABC News Town Hall with former Vice President Joe Biden. Just 19 days until the election in this country. Of course, voting already underway. More than 18 million Americans have voted. Tonight, as you heard from the vice president there was supposed to be a presidential debate. President Trump pulled out of that debate when the commission wanted a virtual debate after the COVID outbreak at the White House. Joe Biden had agreed to do that instead, then doing the town hall here with ABC. And the president, in a late move this week, agreeing to the town hall and another network, sort of split screen in America tonight. We did hear the president and the vice president get pressed on several topics tonight.
Devon, he's from Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. That's close to here in Philadelphia.
I don't know why my screen's doing that, but it is. I'm going to look back and just check some of the questions that were thrown at Joe Biden. You don't got to watch my video live. It's 20 minutes long. Well, is there a part of it that you want to show to where you're making a certain point or whatever? Propaganda's video. Whoa. All right, let's play this. Let's play a little bit, see what happens.
Hey, you're a Democrat.
I am a Democrat. Thank you, George. Mr. Vice President, every day my wife and I are in disbelief at the lack of coordinated federal action on COVID-19. We know that your administration would follow the sun.
Next. Let's find another question.
My wife and I, who's a demon.
Let's see. Who's this?
When I say I laid them out, I'm not an office holder. I'm running for office. It's not like I'm still vice president or I was a United States senator pushing it. Needed to. Senator dead.
Sure. For Don comes from Kelly Lee. She's from Philadelphia.
Thank you.
Republican. Voted for Donald Trump in 2016. Undecided now.
Hey, Kelly, how are you?
Hi, Mr. Biden. My question is about the coronavirus vaccine,
yes.
Or potential. Senator Harris stated that she absolutely would not take a vaccine from President Trump. And of course, we all know it's
unfucking believable that's even said out loud. Unfucking real.
It's not President Trump that would create this vaccine. It would be doctors and scientists that presumably we all trust. So my question for you is, if a vaccine were approved between now and the end of the year, would you take it? And if you were to become president, would you mandate that everyone has to take it?
Two things. Number one.
All right, so we heard this question already. I've heard him talk about this question already. I do have to go to the bathroom now, so I'll let it play. I'll be right back.
President Trump talks about things that just aren't accurate about everything from vaccines, we're going to have one right away, it's going to happen, and so on. The point is that if the body of scientists say that this is what is ready to be done, and it's been tested, it's gone through the 3 phases, yes, I would take it, I'd encourage people to take it. But President Trump says things like, everything from this crazy stuff he's walking away from now, inject bleach in your arm, and that's going to work. I'm not being facetious to him. He's actually said these things. And now Regeneron is the answer. That's going to cure everything. There's 500,000 doses. We got a couple, we have more than a few million people. And most of if you notice, most of the companies who are developing these vaccines are working, they're making real progress. I meet with 4 leading scientists at least twice a week in the beginning, 4 times a week, giving us the detail on what kind of progress is being made. And right now, they do the right thing. When they run into a serious problem, they halt the test. They don't continue until they figure out what the problem was. They're not there yet. And most scientists say it's not likely to have a vaccine that would be available until the beginning of next year, into the spring of next year. And in the meantime, what I worry about is the same thing with Regeneron, which is a useful a useful tool. But what's happening is there was no plan to figure out how to distribute it. How many, we have 500,000, vials of it. Well, we don't have all the testing equipment. We don't have all the ability to get it to the people who need it. And what we should be doing now, and allegedly it's happening, but I've not seen it yet, nor the docs that I've talked to seen it, there should be a plan when we have the vaccine, how do we distribute it?
And once we get it, if it's safe, if it's effective, will we mandate its use?
The answer is depending on how clear. There's vaccines, they say, have a very positive impact, and they're going to affect positively 85% of the American public. Or there's others say this vaccine is really the key. This is the golden key. It depends on the state of the nature of the vaccine, when it comes out, and how it's being distributed. That would depend on. But I would think that we should be talking about, depending on the continuation of the spread of the virus, we should be thinking about making it mandatory.
How could you enforce that?
Well, you couldn't. That's the problem. Just like you can't enforce measles. You can't come to school unless you have a measles shot. You can't. But you can't say everyone has to do this. But you would, just like you can't mandate a mask. But you can say, you can go to every governor and get them all in a room, all 50 of them as president, and say, ask people to wear the mask. Everybody knows.
And if they don't?
And they don't, no, not fine. Then I go to every governor, I go to every mayor, I go to every councilman, I go to every local official. Say, mandate the mask. Say, this is what you have to do when you're out. Make sure you encourage it being done. Look, George, you and I know, and I think you do too as well, the words of a president matter.
Absolutely.
No matter whether they're good, bad, or indifferent, they matter. And when a president doesn't wear a mask or makes fun of folks like me when I was wearing a mask for a long time, then people say, well, it mustn't be that important. But when a president says, I think this is very important, for example, I walked in here with this mask, but I have one of the N95 masks underneath it. I left it in my dressing room, the room I was in before I got here. And so I think it matters what we say. And we're now learning that children are getting the virus, not with as serious consequences. But there's been no studies done yet on vaccines for children. So there's a long way to go, but we can make progress in the meantime.
Do you mean everyone will have COVID by the time the vaccine comes out?
If you listen to the head of the CDC, he stood up and he said, while we're waiting for a vaccine, and he held up a mask. You wear this mask, you'll save more lives between now and the end of the year than if we had a vaccine.
First of all, I heard it already.
It's estimated by every major study done, from the University of Washington to Columbia, that if in fact we wore masks, we could save between now and the end of the year 100,000 lives.
And avoid lockdowns?
And avoid
some
lockdown,
questions
yes.
out.
You don't have to lock down.
Are we actually pushing against it?
Let's get a question on the economy. Anthony Argerette.
Thank you. I hope I answered your question.
From Canonsburg, Pennsylvania. It's a suburb of Pittsburgh, Republican.
I know it.
For President Trump.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You stated that anyone making less than $400,000 will not see one single penny of their taxes raised.
That's right.
But also state that you are going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. The Trump tax cuts reduces taxes for the majority of workers. I would argue not enough. What is your plan for either extending the tax cuts for the middle class or creating a new plan?
Hey, steroid guy, testosterone replacement guy. How do you feel about dead bodies? Are you okay with it? It's gear. He doesn't take TRT. He takes gear. It's like, nah, it's a joke. Different words. Get it? But it's like, how do you feel about dead bodies? It's like, this is Mr. Suburbanite who thinks like there's no problems in the world or doesn't have time for any problems in the world. I run a lumber business and I don't care. He looks like one of those guys. I'm skipping the fucking tax question. I'm skipping the fucking tax question.
I run a lumber business. I don't care.
It was this kid I wanted to say. I thought that. Look at him. I just clicked on the video. He's like, yo, who's Mrs.?
Jump, Cedric. You look like you're way up there.
Okay. Thank you, George. And good evening, former Vice President Biden. Many people believe that the true swing demographic in this election will be black voters under the age of 30. Not because they'll be voting for Trump, but because they won't vote at all. I myself have had this exact same conflict. So my question for you then is, besides you ain't black, what do you have to say to young black voters who see voting for you as further participation in a system that continually fails to protect them?
It's like, I told you, I did not hear the question. I didn't really listen to all I heard was the moderator said, did that answer your question? He's like, yeah, whatever. Like, this is the best I'm going to get. And it's like, I knew something was said beforehand where it's like, ooh, no way, gee golly. Wait, who's tagging Bobby Smacks? Oh wait, Bobby Smocks. Do you know who that is? Huh?
The guy sucks. Where's Bobby?
It's crazy how much more Biden is qualified to be president over the reality TV shows. Orange guy who doesn't believe in science and spreads misinformation.
Hey, Bobby.
Isn't it disinformation? Whatever. So easy of a choice to save democracy. Biden isn't perfect, but a C- is better than an F.
Hey, Bobby, do you know what foreign policy is?
Rob likes cocks more than females.
What's
See,
foreign policy?
he likes C, but not so much Fs. I'm joking. Bobby Smocks, you must have stumbled on the wrong channel because, like, there's a grave with your name on it. I don't get it. Why would you do this to yourself? All right, let's go over this. He's probably left already, but he's much more qualified to be okay. Who's more qualified, Stalin or Hitler? Who's more qualified to you, Bobby Smocks?
Why would you make
Answer that question.
Why would you make the comparison? Why would you make that comparison?
Anyways, also Bobby Smocks, were you paying attention to the entire primary process where you could have had someone who isn't possibly a, Stalin-Hitler comparison? That's number 2. Number 3, let's see. Iraq War, not only voted for it, but also sold it, promoted it, campaigned for it, and then lied about it years later saying, I knew there weren't weapons of mass destruction, yet you led us along there, you knew that, and you still did this? And the crime bill will come. The crime bill thing is mainstream now, so these guys, that's even going to show up in these town halls. Patriot Act. I bet you like the Patriot Act, though. Just being honest here. You sound like a guy who likes the Patriot Act. What else do we got here? Oh, jeez. from Iraq and Afghanistan, moved on to Yemen, Syria, Somalia, Sudan. They kind of didn't push Iran. They waited for the bulldogs to do that, which would be the Trump administration. We'll let the assholes, the projected assholes, go for Iran. We'll take care of everything else in between. Same thing with certain South American countries. So it's essentially, so when I hear something like this, I'm essentially listening to like, well, you know, one's a child killer, the other one's also a child killer, but this one will kill 9 kids and this one will kill 10 kids. That's the only argument I hear you making. I'm sorry I have to do this to you, buddy. You probably left already.
Run.
Already ran. And I ran. Oh, no, wait, there he is. What? Oh, okay. Reality is there's 2 candidates that we're stuck with. Actually, I think there's 4 people running, isn't there? As far as, like, main names. Is their name Joe Jorgensen, whatever the fuck? Howie Hawkins. There's a Libertarian, there's a Green Party, too. Not that I'm saying vote for them. I mean, Hawkins with his, the Syrian thing alone already bothers me. Which, actually, both Biden and Trump are complicit in, right? The 2011 fake chemical attacks that the Biden-Obama administration attributed to the Syrian government, which gave them an excuse to go in there and actually fund Al-Qaeda, which I'm sure you're aware of. I'm just saying. This isn't fair, by the way. This just none of this is fair. This isn't a fair argument. But I'll keep going.
Fair for who?
For me, it's not fair for me. I'm losing this argument.
Oh, yeah.
Where else are we at? What was I gonna say? Huh?
You were gonna say
Death? No, I wasn't gonna say that. Well, I was talking about the Syrian conflict, right? Oh, that Biden and the Obama administration started in 2011 with their bullshit chemical weapons attack bullshit narrative that Trump is now continuously propping up. Also stealing their oil. I thought it was about this gas murdering guy. I'm talking about Syria. I thought it was about taking out the guy who was gassing his own people, but really we need ExxonMobil to have more, more oil. Of course. Which is why, Trump trying to fight Russia from getting natural gas deals in Europe, which is already going to pass anyways, or already starting to happen. Once again, this isn't fair. Let's continue on. I'm sorry, this just isn't fair.
Just had to lay down some reality for you. Love you.
Good luck revolting. See, now that sounds condescending, but wait, hold on.
Hold on, wait.
No, shut up. That sounds condescending, but we both know what's going on here. Like, you wouldn't last 3 minutes. 3 fucking minutes. We've already shown it. How long has it been? 5 minutes? It's been like 5 minutes. You wouldn't last that long. I don't care where you're from. It wouldn't last that long.
You can convince the baby boomers in nursing homes that there are other candidates. That's reality we're stuck in for now. Good luck revolting. Told you they said.
Exactly. You wouldn't last like minutes. Go save the world, man. Go save the world. I'm sorry, I have to kill you though. I have to. I saw your jugular, you laid it out there in front of me. I had to fucking slice it open. Enjoy life. It's like I have to dismiss you like a child. Like, oh, go play with your toys. Just being honest, man. Like it's unfair for you, man. Just being honest. All right. I'm sure there's a bunch of comments I skipped over. All right, I want to hear this guy though. I'll rewind and hear the fucking question again. No. I want to hear the fucking question again. Because it's been too long. There we go.
A student from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, progressive Democrat.
Don't jump, Cedric. You look like you're way up there.
Okay. Thank you, George. And good evening, former Vice President Biden. Many people swing demographic in this election will be black voters under the age of 30. Not because they'll be voting for Trump, but because they won't vote at all. I myself have had this exact same conflict. So my question for you then is, besides you ain't black, what do you have to say to young black
This is all fixed against Biden, yo.
voters who see voting for you as further participation in a system that continually fails to protect them?
Well, I say, first of all, as my buddy John Lewis said, it's a sacred opportunity and right to vote. You can make a difference. If young black women and men vote, you can determine the outcome of this election. Not a joke. You can do that. And the next question is, determine the right to vote. You can make a difference. If young black women and men vote, you can determine the outcome of this election. Not a joke. You can do that. And the next question is, am I worthy of your vote? Can I earn your vote? And the answer is, there's two things I think that I care, and I've demonstrated I care about my whole career. One is, in addition to dealing with a criminal justice system to make it fair and make it more decent, we have to be able to put black Americans in a position to be able to gain wealth, generate wealth. And so you look at what that entails. It entails everything from early education. That's why I'm supporting making sure that we in Title I schools, as you know, schools with the least tax base to be able to support their schools. I increased the funding for them from 15 to $45 billion. That allows every teacher in that school to make up to $60,000. And the problem now is they're leaving the schools. They're not there. We're short about 1.5 million teachers, 1.25 million teachers. Number two, every 3
Freddie Freeman's a fucking god.
School, not daycare, school. And all the great universities, including one you've gone to, go to or went to, in fact, talks about in the last 8 years what's happened. What happens when you let them go to school, they make up rapidly whatever.
Just wait till they ask them.
Whatever.
Hey, did that answer your question?
Shortcoming they had in terms of their education prior to that. They've not heard as many words spoken, et cetera, et cetera. What happens is that the studies show that 58% will increase by 58% their chance of going all through 12 years of school and going through successfully.
What's up, Jack?
We'll also provide for the ability to bring in social workers and school psychologists. We have one school psychologist in America now for every 1,507 kids. It should be 1 to 500, not just in schools that are poor, but in all schools. Because we learned that, for example, drug abuse doesn't cause mental illness. Mental illness causes drug abuse. The failure to get hold of people.
Like, who are you talking
with
about?
anxieties.
Am I tripping
In
here?
addition to that, I provide for $70 billion for
Is he talking to a young black
for
kid?
them to be able to have the wherewithal to do what other universities can do, because they don't have the kind of foundational support they need. And so that would allow them, for example, like we did in our administration, the president allowed me to go down and we awarded a cybersecurity laboratory, ability to compete for a cybersecurity laboratory. The federal government spends billions of dollars a year on universities because they're the best kept secret of where most of the major inventions come out of. And so that school now will be able to produce young black women and men who are going to go into a field of the future that's burgeoning, cybersecurity. And that's what's going to help a great deal. In addition to that, if you're a young man about to graduate, or you graduated from school and you want to own your first home, well, it's awful hard to get the money, and depending on the background, your economic background is, to get a down payment. So we're going to guarantee first-term home buyers a $15,000 down payment for first-term home buyers. In addition to that, what all the studies now show, and I've been arguing this for a long
Bobby,
time, is young
somebody's
black
life got
entrepreneurs are just
shitted
as
on.
successful as white entrepreneurs or anyone else, given a shot. But you can't get the money. Where do you go to get the startup money?
He knows what's up.
President Obama and I did. We had a program.
probably
where we
still
took
watching, too.
$1.5 billion, and we invested in all the SBAs around the country,
Fucking
and the
bring it.
state SBAs,
Dare you.
business associations,
Fucking dare
and that
you.
generated $30 billion came off the sideline, because if you have a guarantee of $200,000 for your new startup enterprise, young entrepreneur, you're going to be able to attract, if it's government money as a guarantee, you'll be able to attract another $100,000. It generated $30 billion. Well, I'm changing that program, and I'll get this done without much trouble, I believe, in
See,
the
you
Congress.
blacks need
From,
mental health. You need
from
psychologists
15,
all over the place.
$1.5 million
It leads to drug
to
abuse.
$30 billion to $30 billion. That'll take $300 billion off the sideline and grow, because you know. And for example, if you, in fact, and I were the same age, and we split our differences, and we were the same age, and we went to the same builder to buy us each the same home. But my home was in a white neighborhood on one side of a highway, and yours is in a black neighborhood. Same exact home. Your home will start off being valued 29% less than my home. Yet your insurance for that home will be higher. You'll be taxed more for it. We've got to end this. That's what got me involved in politics in the first place, a thing called redlining. We can change so much, that we can do so much to change the circumstances to give people a real opportunity.
Cedric, did you hear what you did?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just saying, do you hear
As
what
Jimmy
you
Dore
did?
would say, double CK.
I think so.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot more if you want to. If you're gonna hang around afterwards, I'll tell you more.
Okay.
Let's go. No, but I really mean it. It is the key. Look, this is the way every other. How do most, like my dad,
all right,
he job up in Scranton.
all right, Joe.
And it took him 3 years to be able to move down to Delaware, to Claymont, Delaware, a little steel town, and send us home to our grandpa to live with him. We finally got back. We lived in apartments, became 6 and 8 housing much later. It wasn't. It was just normal apartments. But it took him 5 years to be able to buy a home. Well, we bought a 3-bedroom home with 4 kids and a grandpa living with us, but it accumulated wealth. You build up wealth. That's how middle-class folks make it. They build up wealth. Then he was able.
I'm sorry, isn't that like he's turning it into like a black community problem when it's like, isn't that problem like all over the fucking place? Where people can't own their own homes to where they can accumulate wealth like he's talking about? Isn't it like you had to buy your house like years ago in order for like, you know, that to actually happen? Like nowadays, like unless you have a really good paying job, you're not owning your house for a very long time. Yes, no. Yes, no. Or what was that chick that was arguing with Tim Pool? I forgot her name. Tim Pool? Arguing with Shoe on Head and Tim Pool, I guess. She's like, it's like, oh, how come I could do it or whatever? How come I could do this or pay for this? And then Shoe on Head's like, oh, not everyone could just do that. Tell them to get more jobs then. Get another job. Or it's like, what? When like years ago, if someone's like just a plumber, they can.
Yeah. To go work a job because he had to. Just get another job. Just get another job. It's called life happens.
Yeah.
Fucking unreal.
And it's.
Fuck, that's sickening.
It's that to be able to help us get to school.
Did that answer your question?
It's about
I guess so.
accumulating wealth. And you're behind an 8 ball. The vast majority of people of color are behind an 8 ball. And it's the same way what's going on now with all this money that's been voted. What's happened? You go to the bank if you're a black businessman, and the president fired the only inspector general to oversee all this help coming from the Congress. And what happens? You go in and they say, do you have an account here? No. Do you have a credit card with this? No. Have you borrowed from us before? No. We bail these suckers out. They're not.
I was amazed when I was listening to this on my phone and I was playing the Trump shit. I was like, and you know, these corrupt bankers, yeah, we bailed them out. Yeah. Unfucking believable. Listen to that shit again.
You go in and they say, do you have an account here? No. Do you have a credit card with this? No. Have you borrowed from us before? No. We bail these suckers out. They're not liable.
He literally did that. It's literally his him and Obama's administration.
Do you have an account here? No. Do you have a credit card with this? No. Have you borrowed from us before? No. We bail these suckers out. They're not liable for any of the money. But they still won't run it. They still won't lend it to you. We got to change that. It's about accumulating wealth.
Want to get another question in here from Angelica Portales? No, not at all. Garnet Valley, Pennsylvania. Republican who voted for President Trump last time.
Thank you, George.
Like I remember stories from during the bailout days when what's the name of the bank? I think it's UBS was the name of the bank that were, caught doing some shady shit, and they were fined a ample amount of money. But then we gave them bailout money. They used the bailout money to pay the fine. Like, that's fucking credible. That was years ago. I remember that shit.
Yeah, now you have another bailout.
Yeah. But he was talking specifically about the housing crisis. Unreal. Yeah. Fuck. I don't know. Should we move on?
If you want.
I got Propaganda's video. I got the Tim Pool, Sam Cedar shit. I'm gonna play 5 minutes of Propaganda's video. Don't leave me.
Oh, is that microphone still on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on.
Never mind.
Oh, you can turn it to you. We can play this shit. No, you can turn the microphone to you.
Oh, okay.
I can turn the volume. If you want me to turn it off, you can turn it off.
I'll turn it off.
Alright, you're good. Hopefully this white screen thing you see happening, hopefully that won't happen with these videos. Unfucking real. Right, let me do that.
When the fucking catcher kneeled up to his dude's shoulders.
See how much luck we have finding his channel. Fucking I'm in the chat anymore.
Oh, I always get that shit. I was sorry if you watch.
It almost doesn't. It's like a weird and wild conversation. It almost doesn't have place talking about side by side politics. But when you're making videos and millions of people, wild.
Even Tim Pool's co-host is getting worried about Tim's dangerous rhetoric and calls him out for using language that could encourage his audience to engage in violence against the left.
It's like a weird and wild conversation. It almost doesn't have place talking about side by side politics. But when you're making videos and millions of people are hearing you say things are going to happen, I think that you're influencing it. How? Because if you're like,
yeah, you're gonna want to see this, man. His fucking tone. Just tell him, kind of. In my opinion, like, you want this dude to be quiet.
It's this fucking thing.
Why can't you just put Canadian guy? Fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Something.
Yeah, but everything popping up says propaganda. I typed in propaganda. Can you just link the video again? Your shit's like fucking hidden. You got channels with like 2 subscribers that are popping up before you. Just being honest, man. No, he has like 300 or something subscribers. Someone's getting shadow banned.
I think you're special, huh?
Just link it again, propaganda. I can't even find your fucking thing. When I go to my chat and click on your channel, it won't let me click on your channel name. Yo, YouTube changed, man. Used to be cool. I used to watch The Matrix on YouTube, but now they stay spell correct. Oh my god, what the fuck happened? No. Oh my god. It's 6-1 Braves. Swanson just hit a double. Albies and Ozuna scored. Then Riley hit a single. Swanson scored. How about that 15-run?
So the demon comes out. Yeah. And then when you're done, I can check this in.
I'm trying not to say anything, honestly. Did I say anything when we were playing Call of Duty last night?
Dude,
I didn't say shit, right?
we played last night.
Yes, we played last night. Yes, we played last night. You don't remember that? You're joking. Alright, you're joking.
I'm not joking. I'm being honest.
There's no shit talking. I didn't say anything.
I'm trying to explain to you. I don't remember if that was last night or the night before, because I remember watching this movie and I don't really remember if it was that night or the night before. That movie Slumber, which was ass.
Movie Slumber?
Slumber.
Never heard of it.
Ass. I'm just looking for
I dead ass can't find your fucking thing.
fun Halloween movie and I can't find one.
Alright. I got it. Fucking hell, man.
What the fuck? Oh, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Can he just like send it to you or something?
Yeah, he linked it. Holy shit, man. He says I'm shadow banned. You actually might be shadow banned.
I'm sure. No, really. Yeah.
It's like I literally typed it in the way your name is. I went to channel, like doesn't show up. And then I click on your name in the chat, and it won't bring me to your channel.
The Propaganda Podcast.
Ooh.
Oh, he sounds like a creep. Don't play it. I'm just kidding.
Now I gotta put this on desktop. I didn't do my desktop audio yet. I didn't test it yet, so we're gonna kind of experiment with it as we're going. Pause.
This is the Propaganda Podcast, Episode 3. How positive and pragmatic change happens.
Okay.
Positive and pragmatic change is not inevitable, but instead fought for by a small minority. Karl Popper wrote, quote, "The fight for human emancipation has been an ongoing battle since the first organ."
My bad. I gotta put the video on screen. Maybe it's my opacity that's fucking that up. Probably could be. Let me put it back to normal. Let's put it like. Put it at 85. See what happens. No, it still turns out as like a white screen. That's very weird. Alright, I'm gonna start this over. Sorry. Here we go.
This is the Propaganda Podcast, Episode 3. How positive and pragmatic change happens.
Fucking weird, man.
Positive and pragmatic change is not inevitable, but instead fought for by a small minority. Karl Popper wrote, quote,
Actually, at that.
"The fight for human emancipation has been an ongoing battle since the first organized society," unquote. The struggle to understand power has created a saga between those who wield and exert power and those who have little or no power. Like magicians using misdirection, those in power have tricked the majority into directing their attention away from reality. The assumption that people who rule over others hold unique abilities, for example, that physical and mental abilities are what put someone in a position of power, has kept the majority of humanity enslaved and relatively impoverished since the advent of class. International Workers of the World organizer Joseph Idor famously said, quote, "If the workers of the world want to win, all they have to do is recognize their own solidarity. They have nothing to do but fold their arms and the world will stop. The workers are more powerful with their hands in their pockets than all the property of the capitalists."
Be real here.
Unquote.
Go to work.
A coalition of wealthy liberals and conservative politicians referred to the IWW as dangerous and launched an information war against this smaller union, which set the scene for greater global conflicts and 1940s McCarthyism that has lasted to this day. In the early 1900s, disenfranchised American farmers headed north with their socialist politics, leading to the creation of the CPC, the Communist Party of Canada. Founded in 1921 and is the second oldest active party after the Liberal Party of Canada. Due to the Red Scare, it is now a political party without any parliamentary representation. Even though historically the party's candidates have been elected to the Parliament of Canada, the Ontario Legislature, the Manitoba Legislature, and various municipal governments across the country, and has contributed significantly to the peace and anti-war activism, trade union organizing, and many other social movements in Canada. It now remains universally unknown or hated. The arrival of the Canadian Red Scare, like socialism, came from the USA and was ultimately a success for the capitalists worldwide. A global campaign was launched by the wealthy to keep workers from taking over government and legislating in the interests of the poor. Through media, public intellectuals, and lobbying politicians, the capitalists managed to control the narrative. Even if they did not manage to win the argument, they had multiple ways to prevent systemic change, such as the Canadian Secret Contingency Plan called PROFUNC, an acronym for, quote, prominent functionaries of the Communist Party, unquote. This allowed police to round up and indefinitely detain Canadians believed to be communist sympathizers. PROFUNC is believed to be one of the most draconian national security programs in the Canadian peacetime history. First devised in 1950 by the RCMP Commissioner Stuart Taylor Wood, PROFUNC listed some 16,000 suspected communists and 50,000 sympathizers who would have been watched and possibly interned in a national security emergency. Under the plan, targets on the list could be detained indefinitely, subjected to severe discipline, and shot if they tried to escape detention.
I'd like to talk to you.
The blacklist included prominent Canadian public figures, men and women, and their children, whose identities were kept hidden in sealed envelopes filed at Mountie detachments across the country. Files included personal details such as age, physical description, photos, vehicle information, and housing. Even the location of doors to be used in case of potential escape. This program has said to be ended, but can we really believe the oligarchs that only ended the program once exposed? Canadian Prime Minister Richard Bedford Bennett, nicknamed Iron Heel Bennett, for famously saying in 1932, "What do they offer you in exchange for present order? Socialism, communism, dictatorship?" They are sowing the seeds of unrest everywhere. Right in this city, such propaganda is being carried out on and in the little out of the way places as well. And we know that throughout Canada, this propaganda is being put forward by organizations from foreign lands that seek to destroy our institutions. And we ask that every man and woman put the iron heel of ruthlessness against a thing of that kind, unquote. Ironically, he passed most of the CPP platform in fear of the majority of Canadians putting their trust in socialism and their iron heel on his neck. In January 1934, Bennett described federal social programs as wasteful and extravagant, and even told Quebec and Ontario that they were wealthy enough to manage their own problems. 1 year later, he had changed his tune like most world leaders due to fear of revolution. Following the lead of the President Roosevelt's New Deal in the United States, Bennett, under the advice of William Duncan Herridge, who was Canada's envoy to the United States, the government eventually began to follow the Americans' lead. in a series of 5 radio speeches to the nation.
There's nothing copyrighted here, right? Just checking.
This motherfucker's gonna get us banned again.
I know. Just checking. I'm hearing melody changes. I'm like, huh? What?
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
January 1935, Bennett introduced a Canadian version of the New Deal involving unprecedented public spending and federal intervention in the economy, progressive income taxation, a minimum wage, a maximum number of work hours per week, unemployment insurance, health insurance, an expanded pension program, and grants to farmers were all included in the plan. Fast forward to today, and we are still seeing the same tactics being used to prevent systemic change. The Russiagate media phenomenon has broken up the movement Bernie Sanders fans created and tarred anyone in opposition a Russian stooge. Julian Assange is facing a death sentence in the USA for publishing classified documents on the WikiLeaks website that expose NATO war crimes. He is called a Russian agent by the mainstream media, even though he has published damning information about Russia and their allies. There is a great need for WikiLeaks to stay well-funded and more places for bold and honest anti-war journalists to be published free from censorship. Julian Assange famously said,
I want to tell you what I think is the way that
we're
wars
sick.
come to be and that
We
wars
sick.
can be undone.
We sick.
In democracy, or the pseudo-democracies that we are evolving into, wars are a result of lies. The Vietnam War and the push for US involvement was a result of the Gulf of Tonkin incident. A lie. The Iraq War famously is a result of lies.
Both of them.
Wars in Somalia are a result of lies. The Second World War and the German invasion of Poland was a result of carefully constructed lies. That is war by media. Let us ask ourselves, of the complicit media, which is the majority of the mainstream press, what is the average death count attributed to each journalist? When we understand that wars come about
See, they don't take
as
it
a
that
result
way,
of
though.
lies peddled to the British public and the
Normies
American
don't
public
take it as,
and the
oh
publics
fuck,
all
I'm kind of
over
responsible
Europe
for
and
this
other
shitty thing
countries.
happening. There's no
who
guilt thing
are the
going
war
on.
criminals?
They'll feel bad when they cheat on their
It is not
wives or
just
their husbands,
cleaners,
or,
it
you
is
know,
not just
they yell at their
soldiers,
kid.
It is journalists.
I'm sorry for talking over it. Yeah, they'll feel little things here and there, you know. Like someone brings it, they watch the Joe Rogan podcast and they're, oh, yeah, man, you know, people get crazy, you know, what's it called? Road rage. They're flipping off people as they're driving their car. Those are things that register in their guilt factor. This shit, fuck no. They're happy to give, like, guilt. Cut that shit's head off.
Ask Bobby if he goes to visit Al once a week.
No. Rob's too pussy for that shit. That's a little too dark for him. I'll go there. That sounds like fun. Like, openly. No Alex Jones hiding. I'll just, like, can I just walk through here? If they said that, I'd be like, hell yeah, I'll go. That'd be fucking fun. Yo. Give me some Four Locos and give me a front row seat. Even if I wasn't allowed to record it, fuck it.
Bring on the rapper from Rio.
But yeah. What? What the fuck? What the? Oh Jesus. But yeah, just like, isn't that weird? Like, yeah. When now I can remember what it was like before I started looking into things. I was basically just apathetic to politics and all this shit. It's not even politics that attracted me to politics. It was more of like, does good exist? That's what attracted me to politics. But just saying, like, look at all the information that you guys you've probably looked into or researched or whatever, and then try to remember before you knew anything about anything in regards to, social issues, political events, and all that. And it's just like, fuck. Like, I look at me there, I'm just like, oh, you don't care, do you? In a way. Not that you don't care about hurting people. Like, you wouldn't want to hurt someone, but it's like you think this is just dumbness. Some boring ass, stupid ass shit. Why the fuck am I caring about this? And it's like, which is why I always, my go-to thing, I guess it's a little strategical, but not really, where it's like, this guy kills kids. What are you gonna do now? Like, that should be just like anyone at any, like me at, let me think, like 16 years old, where I didn't give a shit about anything but fucking baseball and girls. But hey man, this guy kills kids. I would fucking react to that. But I don't know. Some people just seem to just turn off their guilt thing. Maybe our behavior is dictated by our brains. Or maybe it is for certain people that choose to be that way, where it's nice and comfy. I have no control over anything. No responsibility. My machine does it for me. My machine does it for me. No effort needed. It's like, what a shitty existence to have. They're just bland and fucking, what is it, Wonder Bread every day for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Just Wonder Bread. And you get those little moments where, it's like, oh, fuck. What are these texts on my wife's phone? Who is this? That's called salt on your Wonder White Bread. You whack mother freakers. This is me talking to 16-year-old me, by the way. Where it's like, oh, you need something like this to happen in order to season your Wonder Bread. You whack trash person. I'm also a shit talker, so sorry. No, I'm just keep playing this video. It got too real for a second. It got too real right there. Alright. Let's play more.
Journalists are war criminals. And why one might think...
I'm sorry, there was a question, I didn't see it. What do you think about Nietzsche and his ideas that there are no moral facts? I would need his definition of morals, because I used to define morals as just like egotistical principles as opposed to actual like goodness. I still make the distinction, but you can almost like the Joker, like these people and their morals. Like he's putting it in the context of like mental factoids of what you're supposed to do, right? That's sort of the context he puts it in. Oh, you're supposed to hold the door for the person behind you, and they're supposed to say thank you, and blah 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 like that. But I think there's an actual grounded morals, but it has to be the content's always going to be different, right? Whether like, let's say going left is good here, but on the other side of the world, going right is good. It's like the content's always different because we have different minds. It's all about what do we mean by it? Like, what are we trying to do with our actions? That's the real thing. That's the goodness thing. So it depends on what fuckboy means. Whatever his name. What's his name? Nietzsche? Fuck that guy. No, I don't know. I don't know his work really. I really don't know his work too well. But maybe I'll check it out someday. Alright, I'm gonna keep playing this.
That should lead us to a state of despair. That the reality that is constructed around us is constructed by liars, is constructed by people who are close to those that they are meant to be policing.
He kept quoting that motherfucker.
It should lead us also to an optimistic understanding, because if wars can be started by lies, peace can be started by truth. So that is our task, and it is your task. Go and get the truth. Get into the ballpark and get the ball. And give it to us, and we'll spread it all over the world.
The general public has always been fooled into believing their leaders or political system is benevolent, and that the military, police, or intel agencies protect and never oppress them.
I think he's claiming
they don't see that all human-made power structures become impotent once the masses of people lose trust in the system. Positive and pragmatic change in the world has never came from the top down, but instead from the bottom up. Chris Hedges often makes the point that Richard Nixon was the last liberal president of the United States, and that it was not his love for democracy that made him pass laws such as focusing on détente with the People's Republic of China and the Soviet Union, easing Cold War tensions with both countries. As a part of this policy, Nixon signed the Anti-Ballistic Missiles Treaty and SALT, two landmark arms control treaties with the Soviet Union. Nixon created the Environmental Protection Agency, which consolidated environmental programs from other agencies into a single entity. The legislation during this period concerned primarily first-generation pollutants in the air, surface water, groundwater, and solid waste disposal. Nixon signed the Social Security Amendment of 1972, which extended Medicare to people under...
I'm sorry. One of you guys gotta tell me what the fuck's going on with that. Cause I saw it on my feed from... Dak Rouleau, right? And he was quote tweeting someone. And then I followed the quote tweet, and then it led to Susie Dawson's fucking whole thread about all their drama and shit. I was like, whoa, this is actually happening. I mean, they're basically like, oh, he's a FBI informant stalking motherfucker. I'm like, whoa. Those are some accusations there. But, yeah, I have no idea. But, yeah, you guys probably know way more than I do. Hold on. I'll keep playing this.
Under 65 who were disabled or suffering from kidney disease. Under the leadership of Richard Nixon, the nation's workers were given OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, which was created in 1970 to establish federal government oversight of the workplace safety. He also passed the Consumer Product Safety Act of 1972, which allowed the government to create safety standards and issue product recalls for items that created unreasonable risk to consumers. But instead, because Richard Nixon feared the growing hate for him and his administration, the social movements that were built starting with the Liberty Party that fought slavery, the suffragettes for women's rights, the labor movement, the civil rights movement, and the anti-war movement made the powerful frightened of them. With the help of whistleblowers and independent journalists, these movements gain knowledge about the power structures that rule over us, giving us hard facts to help others see the widespread malfeasance. Sarah Harrison, activist, journalist,
she's
famously known for accompanying National Security Agency whistleblower Edward Snowden on a high-profile flight from Hong Kong to Moscow while he was sought by the United States, wrote, quote, "In these times of secrecy and abuse of power, there's only one solution, transparency.
Isn't my mic on? Oh my god.
When whistleblowers come forward, we need to fight for them, so others will be encouraged. When they are gagged, we must be their voice.
Fucking 19 hours.
When they are hunted, we must be their shield. When they are locked away, we must free them. Giving us truth is not a crime. This is our data, our information, our history. We must fight to own it.
Jesus,
courage is contagious." Unquote.
I guess you got
In
it.
a society where the media has virtually become monopolized, there is a serious need for independent media and ways for grassroots outlets and freelancers to be sustainably funded. For instance, Jimmy Dore has an online infotainment show where he gives a pro-worker spin on U.S. news and politics. In early April 2020, Jimmy Dore called for a general strike in response to the failure of the U.S. political system. The failure of the government response to the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the absurdity of the world's economy and all who manage it. To support Jimmy by donation and others is to support a chance for real change. The logistics of a movement is what helps it endure and efficiently complete wanted objectives.
Oh, you political
The
fuck.
basic needs of people
How dare
who
you quote
contribute
Nietzsche.
to the movement should be met, and to ameliorate the hardships that is created from unemployment, legal fees, and evictions. It will take a few dedicated people to engage others, joining and building more capacity for critical mass.
Alright, I bring this up, well, at least to James, enough times, where it's like if Jesus floated down, like people's egos would explode in front of them and everything would change instantly. So I'm like, is there anything in this world that could happen, you know, not counting like 9/11 or fucking Ronald Reagan, if aliens attacked and we'd see world peace overnight. Was that a good Reagan, by the way?
I thought you were doing Trump.
No?
I thought you were doing Trump.
If aliens attacked the planet. Nah, Trump's like, if aliens attacked the planet.
Yeah, but it didn't sound too different, you know?
I didn't do the hand motion. Whatever. Fuck both of them.
Reagan smash. Reagan sleepy.
Holy shit. I don't even think I can find this.
Pedophile. I'm just being honest with you. He sounds like, I swear to God, he does.
But yeah. It's like, I mean, what would that be?
What would be?
That thing that happens, you know, not counting like mystical or, you know, tragic.
You see, in my opinion, that does happen, but it's not meant for other people to see. So
There is that.
it happens at the very end of the movie, John. At the very end.
Fuck, I don't know where the fuck this thing is.
It's all good, man. Not like I really wanted to look at it.
Of course you wanted to look at it.
I did. I really did want to look at it. Oh.
I'll find it. Alright. Make sure I get to this too. Holy shucks. Oh, they're still fucking talking about that. Alright, so I'm looking for it. I'll keep playing this while I'm looking. I don't remember when the fuck I read any of it.
Critical mass
It could have been
is
at
the
like 2 in the
minimum
morning where
amount
I'm
of
like half
something
asleep
required to
anyway.
Start or maintain any
Like,
project or venture. Cognitive scientists at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute says that according to their recent studies simulating social networks, 10% is the critical mass for spreading ideas to the majority. If that proportion of the population emphatically embraces an idea, then there is a good chance for the mass follow. The true test of all movements for emancipation is not how to gain followers, but instead is to prevent and expose counter-revolutionary forces. Chris Hedges writes in Wages of Rebellion, quote, "The goal of the counter-revolutionary is to physically eradicate the insurgent logistical base of operations, disrupt their communications, and shatter their organization. Counter-revolutionaries seek to dry up popular financial and material support for the revolutionaries. They hunt down and decapitate leaders.
Here it is.
Counter-revolutionaries
This is how I found it.
create rival organizations to discredit and purge the rebel leadership and infiltrate the movement to foster internal divisions and rivalries.
It's a lot, too.
They provoke the movement by forming front groups that carry out repugnant acts to alienate the wider populace from the insurgencies. Meanwhile, the counter-revolutionaries churn out shadowy propaganda that the mainstream press often runs uncritically.
Yeah, politics is a lot like
Finally,
diss tracks.
they
You gotta
offer a
find something,
political alternative that appears reformist, but is ultimately under the control of the state." Unquote. The best way to sustain movements is to not have leaders, but instead have moral ideals and goals that hold a universal truth.
Slow news day.
If universal means always and everywhere, then universal truth is a
Let
statement.
me pause this so that everyone can hear me. They all probably already know. In this thread, I read this. Once again, this is all witness accounts that Dak told him, like, yeah. Because everything of it, like, they brought up something about violence against the judges in Assange's case. Like bringing it up to them. And these guys are like, no violence in any way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, sort of trying to... This is what the way Susie's painting the picture is that Dak rolls up to him and is like, yo, why don't we just bomb them? Bomb those judges. No. You're fucking with me, you asshole.
I'm reading something, man.
They're making it... That's the way they're making it seem. And there was, like, several Action for Assange people all saying that he was saying that. That he was, like, hinting at violence against the judges in Assange's case. And everyone was like, no. And Susie's like, that's a known technique by intelligence agencies. Yeah.
Yeah. So like Discord and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's infiltrating. COINTELPRO. Seriously. You peaceful. You know what I'm saying? I'd say people who mean well, who have no intentions of committing any type of violence. You have a group. It could be protesting or just a group involved in the community. What you do is you fucking have you have an agent, convince the agent or person, whatever the fuck, to infiltrate that fucking group.
Yeah.
And so distrust or have somebody fucking.
Which is weird because we had a discussion about violence was like the topic. Me and Dak, our quote-unquote debate, which wasn't really a debate, was about violence. Well, the main thing, it was about the rioting and shit, all that shit. Yeah. So I'm like, that's very weird. Well, I was like, nothing suspect to me. Only thing I could think of... Well, that's the thing. When it came to debate, he laid out his whole narrative, and it was like, oh, that's nonviolence then. So what are we debating, really? But there's something where it's like, I don't know, like sort of, when we're talking socially, and we're like, yeah, I know the Braves are beating the shit out of the Dodgers right now. I know it. And it's like, your phone's off, Jordan. How do you know that, though? Like, it turns into a different discussion like that.
If I'm trying to start shit.
It sort of, kind of, something like that, where I was like, I'm against violence and all, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, well, blah 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 is violent. I'm like, oh, I thought we were talking about the riots and the protesting and all that shit and the looting and all that. It's like, clearly, like, I'd react to fucking UFC and boxing all the time. That's clearly fucking violent. Actually, it's probably more violent than some of these shit that you see on the street. As far as guys being capable of, like, hurting someone, it's like, it looks a lot more violent on with these professionals over here than, Tammy got hit with a spray can.
I'm like,
you know what I mean?
I'm like going back to shit I've seen on like video. I'm like,
nah, that's like shoot to kill type stuff.
Everywhere, like all around me type of shit.
I meant, something else. What's up, HS Mac? I mean Bobby. I mean HS Mac. Are you the same person? No one knows. We'll get to him.
Come on, son.
They're robbing you, man. Just letting you know. You're getting robbed.
What?
Did you make that?
No.
You're getting robbed then.
The fucking picture, son. Dude, this was from 4 days ago. Please.
Alright, let's play the last couple minutes. Then we'll get into Seder versus Pool. The most interesting discussion ever.
Corresponds to the reality, regardless of time and space. Although it is not always easy to live up to, all people want to be treated with dignity and respect. All people want to be asked rather than told to do something. All people want to be told why they are being asked to do something, and all people want to be given an option rather than threats, and all people want a second chance. True solidarity and transparency are the only ways we can create a movement for positive change. The need for radical change has never been so important for humanity. The risk of omnicide has become the most urgent political issue in my lifetime, and the only way to address the real dangers is to think and act radically.
The little terrorist is up and barking.
The word radish or root. To think or act radically is to get to the root of the matter and react by fighting or fleeing the subject at hand. Overall, it may be said best in the concluding lines of the Percy Shelley poem Mask of Anarchy. Quote, "Rise like lions after slumber, in unvanquishing number. Shake your chains to earth like dew, which in sleep had fallen on you. Ye are many, they are few." Unquote. Since we have nowhere to run from the destruction of our ecosystem, nuclear war, biological war, or the powers of machine learning, we will have to confront these issues the same way radicals like MLK Jr., Fred Hampton, Daniel Ellsberg, Chelsea Manning, and Julian Assange have done. In conclusion, I will leave you with the final pages of Daniel Ellsberg's seminal work, The Doomsday Machine, Confessions of a Nuclear War Planner. Quote, "It is simply quixotic to hope to preserve human civilization from either the effects of burning fossil fuels or preparing for nuclear war. As Martin Luther King Jr. warned us 1 year to the day before his death, quote, there is such a thing as being too late," unquote. In challenging us on April 4th, 1967 to recognize, quote, "the fierce urgency of now," unquote, he was speaking of the, quote, "madness of Vietnam," unquote. But he also alluded on that same occasion to nuclear weapons and to even larger madnesses that have been the subject of this book. Quote, "We still have a choice today, non-violence coexistence or violent co-annihilation," unquote. This is the end of the Propaganda Podcast, Episode 3, How Positive and Pragmatic Change Happens. Thanks for watching, and consider supporting me by sharing, following, and or contributing financially. See the description below for more details.
All right. That is, let me scroll down. My podcast, episode 3. How positive and pragmatic change happens from our very own propaganda. Holy shit. Holy spamoli. Very interesting. Now, you will get more viewers if you do this exact same style of video but talk about Doritos versus Cheetos. You'll do it. It'll work. All the oligarchs, they're not the problem. Well, they are part of the problem. But it's the dipshits. They're all over the fucking place. They're probably the actual problem. As far as, not actively doing problems, but, allowing problems to happen. Getting out of the way and hoping to get off scot-free. Well, as far, I think the biggest problem we have is it's probably even less about the corrupt assholes and more about the people who allow them to do it. Because there's so many of them. It's so fucking many of them.
How often can I blame the snake oil salesman as opposed to people who buy the shit over and over and over again?
Alright guys, I made a new batch. Look, it's right on the label. This time, it's poison free.
You sure? Because you killed my wife with that last batch. No, I promise.
Look at the label.
Well,
Look at the label. It says poison free.
I didn't say it wasn't mine.
Poison's a relative term. If you wanted to die, is it really poison? Think about it. It could be the cure. It's a cure, isn't it?
We're gonna add that sound. Where's Rebels? He's like this. Over his shoulder. Poison's relative.
Some shit, yeah. Some shit that the
Castro, right?
Think of the creepiest person on the fucking planet. Now think of the lawyer who defends them, and that's who that is right there. Well, poison's a relative term. It's defending fucking Satan's like, yes, it's relative. He wanted to die, didn't he? It's a cure. He cured his life with death.
Life is a relative term, Your Honor, and I question the integrity of
Alright, let's get all this shit ready. This is gonna be just strictly yeah, it's a lot of fun. Actually, I'm gonna hide this. I don't know what the fuck's going on with OBS right now, but every time I click back to my main screen, it turns gray and white. Whatever. We do all this shit in the background. You guys can talk amongst yourself. Anthony put a link down. Give me a second, Anthony. I gotta bring up all these fucking tweets and shit. That was on pool shit, right? The screenshots. Yeah. But he's tweeting up a storm so he can replace it so that no one sees that it's there. It slowly gets pushed down. I'm just saying what I think he's doing. I can find it. I'm just saying what I think he's probably doing.
Yeah.
I just keep tweeting and it'll slowly disappear. I said I wore women's underwear. No, Trump is the best and Trump is the best.
I can believe he wears women's underwear.
You type in Tim Pool, Sam Cedars, the next thing that shows up. search bar. Tim Pool has leaked these DMs.
I'm not sure if it helps his case.
Yeah.
Calls it Sam Cedar Grifter. Oh shit.
Alright, let me just go to his channel. Alright, yeah. He actually played the non-Trump side. With the it took 15 minutes and it was over. This is insane.
No, it's this. This is insane.
Touch me slowly.
Please drip that goodness. Drip on me.
See, this stupid. No, I already found the pictures. I want to find it. He did like a whole clip, a bunch of them in a row. But see how this props up Seder?
Yeah.
Because like he's scared of you. Everyone's scared of Sam Seder. And it's like Jimmy spanked you. Just being honest.
No, you did.
He did it like sarcastically and jokingly and like just chilling, relaxing, and spanked you.
In his car.
Yeah.
In traffic.
And spanked you. And was more funny than you.
He's more likable.
So it's like, why? Alright, I found it. Alright, I'm gonna go with the video first because I think I'm awfully sure he saw this first and heard him just calling him naked grifter.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, look at Sam Seder, he's a grifter.
Oh, well, there's more than that.
Me. Get this.
There's more than that.
What?
Like that one of him, Michael Brooks, is laughing at him.
Yeah. No, he does.
This one's more blatant.
Oh, this is more
Like you
just
are.
saying time around the same time.
Gotcha. Wrong.
What's this? Why aren't you taking Anthony Reyes' video quest? I said, give me a second, Anthony. I'm setting this thing up.
Fuck Anthony.
Oh, God. What do we do with these children? And the Braves are up by 5.
I know what movie that's based off of. I never fucking watched it. I knew immediately what it was. Just seen the picture of it. What do I do with these kids?
Alright, Alright, so it's supposed to be on Tuesday, right? Sam Seder and Tim Pool were supposed to debate 2 days ago. And I was going to live stream it, too.
I was gonna laugh.
Well, it would have been fun. But they canceled. Because of... Well, we'll find that out. Now, the setup for this... I'm just going to play this to set it up. And show you what Tim Pool probably saw before they... Oh, yeah, this video happened before they canceled or after they canceled?
This is before this whole thing, I think.
This video is from the 11th.
Yeah.
11th is 4.
I think that shit was from like what? Oh, maybe I don't know.
No, they were talking about this before that, right?
No, before the tweets, right? Before the invitation shit.
Yeah. No, wait. Let me look at this. So on Monday, this video came out. And when did you text me that shit? Or you DM'd it to me? Give me 1 second. I want to look at this. I want to figure this out. It's bothering me. All right. The 12th. You sent me all this shit on the 12th. Now, he was invited before that. But shit started popping off on the 12th. When they started arguing and shit with each other. But this video is from the 11th. Which means Poole saw this and realized, he's calling me a grifter and stuff. It's supposed to be nice. It's supposed to be like Rogan. You just accept anything I say. Oh, my bad. Alright, here we go. So, yeah, they were supposed to debate. Whatever. It got canceled. And well, alright. They're supposed to debate. Then this happened. Then it got canceled. Here we go. So this is the thing that happened right before they canceled their debate that was supposed to happen.
Oh, all right. Let's listen to. This is Tim Poole. Oh yeah, this is pretty fun.
Microphone's not
So
on.
Tim Poole is one of the most naked grifters on YouTube.
He talks like that chick.
I mean, I think
her name's Jamie.
I mean, I think like it's so nakedly the case. And
punk rock style.
I know, Tim. If you're listening, you probably aren't. But I know that the reason why you do what you do is because you don't have to do that much work to make the.
Wait. Watch what he says. Watch what he says.
Tim, if you're listening, you probably aren't. But I know that the reason why you do what you do is because you don't have to do that much work to make the enormous amount of cash that you're making in your house out there in the burbs. And I know that you've told people that.
And I know you've told me.
That's why I say it.
And that's why I say it.
He does shit like that. Fucking Seder, man.
And I know you've told people that.
Ozuna just went deep.
Oh, I didn't even see it. What is it?
Oh, I'm showing a score.
They lost.
Who lost? To who? Why? Why? Why?
Because the owl sacrifice, that's why.
But why? Why do they only have 2 hits? What's going on here?
Wait, what? Oh, God.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Nah, Ozuna's been got like fucking 8 hits on his own. Anyways, so now listening to that little bit right there, right? Well, actually, I'm gonna play more because he's gonna call him Mr. Blatant Grifter.
But here is Tim Poole. Which one should we take first? Which one? We should take the complaints, right? Is that it?
Yeah, start with 8, I would say.
Okay.
Love a good complaint.
Yeah, here's Tim Poole complaining that he's misunderstood by leftists.
Mike Lee, let's talk about Civil War for a minute. The darkest or the grossest topic.
This is like the only thing that leftists have at any capacity to actually criticize me. Is that out of 5,800?
Fuck out of here, man.
What?
Fuck out of here.
It's the only thing they have that criticize me. It's because the legit ones don't pay attention to you. They consider you a non-factor, which is their mistake, actually, because you've seen to, I don't know, take advantage of a shitload of people or pay a shitload of people to be, pay money, pay a shitload of people to watch your shit to bring in other gullible fuckers. But anyways.
Leftists have at any capacity to actually criticize me is that out of 5,832 videos, now it's more than that because that number was from like last week, I have maybe 25 videos about Civil War. And they're like, aha, we got him. He's talking about the Atlantic article they wrote about Civil War coming. It's like, yes.
Now, what is it? Brendan, what's his point there? What is his point?
He could do this with the guys like
I guess
that.
it's that he only covers a coming civil war because it's been talked about by other people.
Can't do it
in the
with
news,
Dora,
and he's just talking about what others are talking about.
Yeah, he's upset. He tweeted out that Spike Lee's talking about Civil War, and these guys are bumbling idiots. Is sort of the point he's trying to make
about these guys in Michigan.
Yeah, and that Spike Lee was being a bit was hyperventilating a bit, being a bit hysterical when he's talking about like Donald Trump stealing the election, for instance. Right.
So show some of his tweets. I mean, look.
On my Twitter?
Either the guy is consistent on something or he isn't. He's just chasing clicks and dollars constantly. Such a grifter.
Is it me?
Not tweets, but YouTube videos, all from different times.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Screen grab of YouTube videos. 2 weeks ago, Professor warns Civil War may be next step of civil unrest. Pastor warns Democrats will be hunted. Tim Pool on America's coming second Civil War. Are you ready for the second Civil War? Tim discusses prediction for Civil War and escalating racial tensions. The second Civil War is coming into focus. This is Reza Aslan.
He sells food buckets. It's called My Patriot Supply. He sells that. My Patriot Supply. Prepare with Tim.
See, Sam Cedars only funny when he punches down. This is him punching down, by the way. He knows what Tim Pool is, and he's punching down on this low level, what was it, like level 3 Pokemon looking motherfucker.
You know what he is? He's like a little worm underneath a bridge. Must burrow, must make a worm.
I mean, I don't know. How do you criticize people for talking about Civil War when you have been talking about the second Civil War over and over again?
Yeah, I want to challenge his numbers because the whoever's behind Tim Pool clips, I think, has maybe better numbers. It says in reality he has discussed it in almost 200 of his most recent 800 videos. So I think Tim has the resources to challenge that number if he wants to, and he should, because I buy Tim Pool.
The point is really has nothing to do with Civil War, not Civil War. Tim Pool is a grifter. He's a grifter.
Man, makes me think I should get into the YouTube game, or maybe not. If this is what makes you successful,
look at the numbers he's doing on these videos.
Here, I got 300 from a year ago, Brendan. I got one.
This is us on a random Tuesday night, or just like, who the fuck is watching this shit? We're trying to think of ways how's he getting these? He must be buying them somehow. Oh, it must be people in Europe who don't know anything about American politics.
He does live streams, and they're enormous numbers, but then they stop there. It's what was it, 70,000 people are watching, but then it halts at 200,000, 300,000.
Oh, all right. He's talking about the live stream numbers, and then the total views after the videos are uploaded. It's one solid number, always consistent number. Meanwhile, the live streams increases in people watching, but I don't know.
It's really weird.
Very suspect looking.
From Joe Rogan show.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the first page of those clips. that I'm showing. I'm still scrolling.
Listen to how he frames his own like work here at the start of this.
People might say I'm a little alarmist when I mention a potential civil war, but let me clarify. Like I'm not saying, because I brought this up before, I'm not saying it's going to be like,
He might actually be that stupid to where he thinks the tone of voice dictates what political spectrum you land on. He's very moderate. He's calm. He's cool. He's collected. He's moderate.
I say this a lot, but I think he knows what he's doing, but I think he's an idiot, if that makes sense.
I think this part is his honest assessment of it. Or, his honest understanding of politics is...
I don't think so. I think he's aware...
Tone of voice.
I think he's aware that he doesn't know...
Very moderate. I'm calm.
So I think he tries to, It's like, you don't know a lot, but you're lying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he can plead ignorance or just, he can plead ignorance if he wants to. It's like a sneaky fucking thing to do.
Voting for Biden automatically discredits you, so that Vouch pussy is done for me.
He'd wreck him. He'd embarrass this guy.
Have you ever read the Political Archipelago? It's like, what? Then you don't understand. That's when I asked one of those guys, like, what's your favorite color? Absurd question. No.
Have you ever listened to Get Rich or
Then we get to see his mommy issues fly in front of our faces. Like, whoa, you got something going on psychologically, don't you? That's territory that the wannabe robots, they don't want to go there. Guys who seriously want to be robots, they don't want that territory. Anyways, dude, why are you still talking about Tim Pool, bro? That dude peaked 5 years ago.
No,
Holy shit!
Who said that?
That makes you dude.
Say it. Takes a second.
Real quick. You sound, honest to God, that type of talking point sounds like an intelligence fucking guy saying that. It's why do you need Tim Pool left alone? Why? Huh? HS Mac. We know who the fuck it is.
I didn't fucking know, clearly.
The man who's go to a website where you can talk to an artificial intelligence and it'll
this dude's fucking subscriber count, his views count, and not only that, his presence amongst this group of people and his narratives, right? That he's pushing forth.
Tim Pool alive keeps you alive, or your ideology, or whatever the fuck.
His amount of views, subscribers, his outreach.
Yeah.
That shit is going up. That dude's butting 1 million on each of his platforms.
Yeah.
Butting, Two of them, one of them he's there.
Oh, and he's making paper. He's making a shitload of money.
Not only that,
tons of money.
He shared an idea about him comprehending.
Your heroes are all starting
right?
to talk about him again. What's going on here?
He was talking about having a fact-checking website, his very own fact-checking website. And not only that, he's going to also have people on the ground, which means he's going to have his own news organization, his own employees, his own TYT. You want that?
He's not HS Mac isn't a factor. I don't think you're legit at all. Just being honest with you, I don't think he's legit at all.
What are you talking about?
The points that if HS Mac makes the point, I don't take it seriously.
Oh, whatever.
So
I know other people are listening too.
All right.
So.
But check this out from Propaganda. It says Tim is funded heavily and is dangerous. Now, what do you mean by he's funded heavily?
I want to know that. I've been trying to find that out. If he's being funded. Now, if I remember initially, it has something to do with it's a man, this other girl he's been photographed with, on flights, to Sweden and shit.
Okay.
And fuck, I don't remember this other guy's name. This other girl, it's she's attached to some sketchy fucking.
You're talking about not Pettibone.
No, man, no. That's someone he interviewed. Okay, do you remember when we were looking at this guy just for kicks, and we saw a picture of him and this person who looked like his sister. This girl looks like you. That's the girl I'm talking about.
No.
Whatever.
A girl that looks like his sister?
It looks like she would be his sister, but it isn't.
I don't remember you showing me that.
I got you right now. There.
Fash has a lot of crypto pro pedophilia takes. I don't even. I don't know why you dislike Tim Pool a lot. He's basically the same as Jimmy Dore and Dave
No, he's
Rubin.
not.
And
No,
you love
he's
Jimmy.
not. Who said that? Dumb question.
The same, yeah. It's like, first of all, I like Jimmy. Well, I love everybody.
This girl.
But I like Jimmy. I've never seen her in my life.
Could have sworn we looked at this shit.
I don't remember seeing that face.
This girl.
That I've seen, that picture. She looks different to me.
Looks like your siblings, but they're not. I found out they're like partners or whatever the fuck, and there's this other guy involved.
Let me answer these real fast. Yeah, I like Jimmy. Like, he seems like a cool person to actually hang out with, and be like, oh, he'd be like a good friend. But when it comes to shit like this, where there's like, people dying involved and all, and for me, I always bring up people dying because it gets a reaction from other people. Because like, if you don't care about that, then I don't know what to fucking tell you. But honestly, like, if you look at experience as like a classroom in a way where you're learning things, I don't like shit getting in the way of that. You know what I mean? And I don't mean learning as in, oh, you could learn like it's something that doesn't have the backing of the universe behind it, towards like this super force. I hope any of that made sense at all. Like it's not just simply the word learning or just the simple understanding of learning. It's like a whole deeper version of learning. Just like there's a deeper version of care. Like, it's like, why would you get in the way of that? Hey, Tricks Rabbit, why are you stealing their shit? No, wait, it's the other way around. Hey, kids, why are you stealing this dude's fucking tricks, son?
The kids have the cereal. The rabbit tries to steal it. You're thinking of Lucky Charms, son. I know my cereals.
No, wait. He says they say tricks are for kids.
Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids. The rabbit tries to
why don't you give him a fucking bowl, man? What's going on here, son?
Because he's a punk. He's a punk. That's why.
I don't know. But even me, I know that's from fucking Fresh Prince and Carlton and shit.
Why can't you just give him a bowl of cereal?
I seriously felt that as a kid. Like, yo, why can't you just give him a fucking bowl, man? What the fuck?
But I'm joking.
That type of thing where you're like, you want to punch the kids because you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Give the fucking thing a fucking bowl. Give that fucker a fucking bowl of cereal.
You can't give rabbit sugars and fucking high fructose.
You know what I mean, though.
Run away.
You know what I mean, though. Right? It's like, if you don't experience that, it's like, fuck. And I think there are people that purposely get in the way of people feeling things. It doesn't always have to be aggressive like that. It could be something, nice and sweet and loving and shit.
Like what? Nice and sweet like.
That looks terrible. The middle fingers look terrible. All that look shit. Anyways. Fake leftist. You're a fucking idiot.
Who said that?
He's the same guy.
Right.
Calling Jimmy Dore fake left. Unfucking real. But I get it, you're trolling. That's what you do.
You're an idiot.
This is what I mean by, like, not taking, like, fuck. What do you get out of life? Or are you afraid to show it? What you actually care about in life? But, yeah, whatever. I'm not going to spend too much time on talking to him. There was something I wanted to read. I got distracted.
You're part of the reason why kids get bombed. Be happy with that. Be proud. You're part of the problem.
Jack actually, yeah, he follows whatever Trump's thing is. So yes, he will fearmonger about China. Talking about Tim Pool. Right. Wherever the grift takes him. Yeah, let's play more of this, I guess.
1800s, two big battlefields. But at the same time, what people don't seem to realize when it comes to history is that when you read about World War II, we've condensed all the highlights into a very short paragraph or a series of paragraphs. And you don't realize the war was several years. There were periods where nothing happened.
For conflict.
Right? I was in Egypt during...
Too much conflict.
Anyway, that's, this is one of his beats. The other thing, though, I think we should play a little bit more of this clip, actually, in the full context, because he goes on to basically say Whitmer had it coming. So let me just, I got the clip here. Let's play a little bit more of this. Because I think it's...
What show is that?
This is Timcast IRL, his show with, there's a Cassandra Faye makes, and some guy named Ian who's actually trying to make some points, which I'm surprised by, and the comment section hates him. I'll show some selects from that later, but...
Is that out of 5,832 videos? Now it's more than that because that number was from last week. I have maybe 25 videos about Civil War. And they're like, aha, we got him. He's talking about the Atlantic article they wrote about Civil War coming. It's like, yes.
Brazenly.
There are a couple of videos where I directly, asked the question, like when the AG in Oregon sued the federal government because the federal government was trying to enforce the law.
This is what I want.
Why would you just say this shit like that?
This is what I want.
Even if you're grifting, you'd be smarter about it.
This is what I wanted to show you. This is what I meant to say to me.
Unless he understands, hold on real quick. Unless he understands people way better than I do, to where he can just look at people and be like, oh, more people will buy the dumb shit than the actual, you trying to sound, realistic.
Even Tim Pool's co-host is getting worried about Tim's dangerous rhetoric and calls him out for using language that could encourage his audience to engage in violence against the left, quote unquote. Now, I don't know if that's true, but just listen to how he reacts. Listen to how he reacts to this guy.
It's a weird and wild conversation. It almost doesn't have place talking about side by side politics. But when you're making videos and millions of people are hearing you say things are going to happen, I think that you're influencing it. How? Because if you're say some really horrible thing, and I'm like, oh, okay, and I believe you, I might go get involved.
So you're saying that the people who watch me, who don't who there's Antifa people watching me going that is a good idea. Tim's right. We should go to people's homes, even though they already did.
Or if you're Antifa's horrible, someone might be like, I got to get a gun and go fight Antifa. They're horrible.
That's just normal communications. Anyone can do that.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
People talk to each other.
It's like a weird.
Whoa. Yeah.
Did you play that for me? No, you didn't.
No, I tried to. 8 times.
Whoa. That's fucking dark. That was... Hold on. It's two things here.
This is 24 seconds.
It's two things here. It's... You can hear the pivot attempt.
How?
Yeah.
How?
That, but something says it a little bit after that. It's like a pivot attempt.
Oh, no.
Then at the very end, another attempt.
He tried to frame it a different way.
Yeah.
And then he fucking... No, this is what I meant.
Yeah.
That's just normal communications.
He's like, what? That makes me think that guy's just some guy there. It's
I said, you Dave Mustang looking motherfucker.
It will only be a matter of
pause
time.
it and rewind it so they can hear it.
It will only be a matter of time before they start burning the Constitution. Before someone goes into the National Archives and no one stops them, and they pull this stuff out and destroy it. And then any copy of the Constitution will be destroyed, and people have digital copies, and they'll come and they'll burn them and destroy those too. And they'll say, "You're not a bigot, are you? Why are you supporting white supremacist literature?" It will only be
Licorice.
God, that dude's a fucking rude.
He's a dweeb, man. Not only is he... he's just like a whack person, son.
No,
this
is
whack,
a meme. This is funny. This is stupid.
We've had these conversations.
You better hurry up, son. Just saying. When's that from? When's that tweet from?
Please, just leave me alone.
No, when's
4
the
days
tweet
ago.
from?
It's 4 days ago.
You better hurry up, son. Just saying. They can catch it. They're on your tail, son.
Look.
All right. That one really, that's weird, man. The other one? This, I understand. I'm used to hearing all that, but when you hear someone actually there with him saying it, you understand, like, people could take this serious and go do something stupid about it, right? I don't understand. I don't get it. It's like that type of shit. It's like...
This shit made me
like, dude.
Something's wrong with this guy.
Dude, you're literally stealing my car. I don't know what you're talking about. He's like putting the fucking this thing in the. He's trying to hotwire it and shit.
Tim Pool getting ready for Civil War.
Like, dude, you're stealing my car. I don't. That's psychopath level. That's psychopath territory. When someone.
Shit, the please leave me alone crap, and amongst everything I've seen, and the fake crying.
Yeah.
The fake tear shit. I'm serious. Like, that shit. His first conversation with Sam Seder, like, you know, the debate, where he's like, it's like, I know you're lying. And the tear thing is like, it's everything compacted.
That one was fucking very, very noticeable.
The please leave me alone thing, that shit, where he's like this. Fuck you.
Nah, it's...
The tears thing? The thing I'm telling you about?
No, the thing with his friend. Yeah,
what do you mean?
But you can see how people would do that. Might go violent with it.
That's a normie.
Possibly.
And, well,
I mean, just the way he said it.
It's like, I think he's an idiot, but it's like, this dude is like something wrong with him. There's something wrong with this guy.
That's psychopathic. When someone's stealing your car in front of you, like, no, I'm not. I'm just, getting some fresh air. What are you talking about? Yeah. Like, dude, no, you're literally hot wiring my car right now. It's like, oh no, what are you talking about? Did you see Wendy the other day? What about her? Huh? It's like, whoa.
You're right,
it's
right?
Like, whoa, something pathological is happening there.
Your videos have an effect on people, and it might cause harm. He's like, oh, what do you mean? Like you're saying, like, I'm gonna give Antifa, like, oh, I'll do this. Antifa will write down, see my videos, and I'll write down, I'll do that. Meanwhile, it's like, come on, you know what the fuck I meant. Where it's like, you're gonna fucking incite someone to go join a cause. Like, oh, Antifa's over here, I'm gonna go get a gun.
That's a
creepy.
As far as that behavior right there, I'm putting it on its own on an island. That one incident where I just saw is psychopathic, like trying to hide psychopathy, as opposed to the CEO be like, yeah, couldn't it? Fuck him. Anyways, blah blah blah. Like, that's business.
That's ruthless.
That's corporate psychopath where they know they don't give a shit and they don't care who fucking sees it. But yeah, that's that fucking social scramble. Like, no. Like, that's to me that's dark shit.
He's done that multiple times.
Yeah, but that one was a little. It seemed a lot more blatant.
I remember I told you I look for this shit. You're like, I can't look at this by myself.
Well, now when I'm at fucking home, man, I don't want to fucking see it. I don't want to see that guy's face. It gets recommended to me, and I'm just like, whoosh, the fastest scroller in human history. I'm just like, whoosh, I can't look at that fucker's face, man.
Because I'm like, it's not just him. I look at other fuckers, so.
It's literally a stomach. Like, I feel a little bit sick, but mainly because it's just anger sitting there because I can't do anything about it. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I don't know.
You ever heard the story of Mike Tyson?
It's like someone's beating up your mom, but they're on virtual camera. You can't. You're not there.
Like 10 years old or 11 years old. And this is right after like Ali got his ass whipped by Holmes. Larry Holmes. And he was on the phone with D'Amato. Ali's on the phone with D'Amato, trainer.
Cuss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, like he's eavesdropping. He's on the other line. Like, you fucking grab the phone and you listen to what other people are saying and shit.
Yeah.
And then he's like, oh, you want to talk to him?
That's old school.
Yeah. I used to have one of those phones, so.
God.
He's like, I'm going to get him for you. He's like, okay. 1980 something. Fucking.
times. You knocked him the fuck out.
Hmm.
Didn't obliterate him, but you knocked him out.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh.
Holmes didn't beat the actual Ali. He beat
He beat a 40-year-old
the like half mush brain Ali. Seriously.
40-year-old. I know, 40-year-old. I shouldn't be doing this. Rope-a-dope.
Yeah.
Ali.
After being his training partner for years.
Yeah,
So it's like, you know what he's doing, and he's way, way, way slower.
So it's like, yeah, okay. And on top of that, it's like, that's the way I look at it. Okay.
Just waiting. Alright. Do I play more of this?
Yeah.
It's like when you have the states challenging the federal government's right to enforce its own laws.
I guess he's talking about the AG of Oregon.
Or like, that's kind of weird and scary, and that's like, the way to describe it is,
Through
if really to full-on hot conflict between factions, or Joe Biden and Trump are like boxing each other on the White House lawn to like become president or something, then they'll claim that these things were part of, what started the Civil War or was the Civil War. But now you have Spike Lee straight up said it. He was being interviewed by some magazine or whatever, and they asked him like, "What's going on?" And he made some comment about being like Nostradamus or something, and he said, "Civil War is coming. Like y'all better prepare because this MFer is not leaving the White House," something like that. And so, yeah, just more talk from Spike Lee, and then you add this to this story we have about these guys in Michigan, and I'm just kind of like, oh, I'm not surprised.
Like, is this the first of many attempts on
politicians?
Yeah,
dude, you violate the Constitution.
I'm about to start
brazenly
watching just
while
to hear what
laughing.
that fucking guy says.
Why not?
I'm like,
dude, I'm telling you.
it's like, are you a real person?
Every
You just
time-
happen to be here.
Every time, right? That Adam guy. He's like, ha, grifter.
That's different. He's
no. I'm telling
he's
you,
all with it.
Every time he just has like a co-host, except that girl, but a co-host, like these skinny dudes with the long hair, fucking 30-year-old looking motherfuckers. They say some shit where it makes him look suspect as fuck. Guess propaganda, like what? Who funds them?
Oh shit, we missed that. Propaganda. You said something about Tim Pool being funded. Is that just like, oh, I think he's being funded, or is it I have information?
The way you read it, I'm like, I want to know that right now.
I do, yeah. I mean, I am curious about that. So is Freddie Freeman. Anyways.
Freddie Freeman's in the window right
At people when you do it. Don't be surprised when this kind of thing happens. Now, I'm grateful to the FBI that they got stopped.
Do you remember what happened with her? Like,
Wait, what did Whitmer do that violated the Constitution, and when she was laughing in people's faces about it?
As far as I can tell, like
of course,
some
Seder.
emergency orders that she wanted to do about
Person who's
coronavirus.
buy a
You know,
fucking
this is the thing
grapefruit
Trump, I
goes
think,
out of
was
his way
tweeting
to
about
defend
to
them.
liberate Michigan.
Tim Pool was so enraged about the complete lack of democracy that took place in Flint that led to the neuro poisoning of literally multiple generations of children. I remember when he was outraged by that. Oh wait, no, not Tim Pool. Sorry, I'm thinking about somebody else.
This goes on. I think it's pretty despicable, actually.
there was an anti-lockdown protest, and the next day she came out and she was like, "Well, now basically I'm gonna
No,
harsher
you
lockdown."
fucker. You know we don't mean that. You said funded. Is there something you know that we don't know? Tell me.
Wait, what?
No, he said Tim is funded for sure. Look at his views. He gets promotion from YouTube.
No. I thought you said you had some evidence of some shit. Never mind.
You're saying he gets propped up by YouTube, which I agree with.
Oh, absolutely.
100% agree with.
YouTube or Google, well, I think it's a fucking government agency.
Views, yes, money.
Well,
yeah.
It's not only that; it's the
and the narrative, yes.
You're not harming anybody. You're not disrupting shit. You're fine. You're what they want. You and Sam are what they want.
DNC and RNC fund the voices they want to drown out the others.
All right, because I thought he had some where it's like I have like evidence that the Koch brothers, in one hand or another, fucking fund Crowder.
That we're all sure of.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Whether it's like, Crowder works for, he works for Blaze.
I got you, Anthony.
You know?
I was gonna ask you to link it again too, anyways.
And he gets funded through these guys and so on and so on.
Wait, Marcel's up.
Oh, they won, dude. Kind of.
First of all, no risks. I told every little thing's important. I told you when it was 15-1 or something. I'm like, no, we're good, we're fine. Keep going.
They might have won the game, but did they really win? Battle of their souls? Probably not.
Yeah, we did. I think we did. Oh, look at that. God damn it, Freddie. What? How many RBIs do you need in the game? What's the point of this shit? What are you doing?
There's a girl in the stands. He wants to do this.
No reason for that, Freddie.
Like this.
You're already up. You're fucking getting more RBIs. Why do you need more hits for? God damn it, man. There's always that one guy who just wants to run the score up. His name's Freddie Freeman. He's the best. What is this?
Jake Ryan's really hard. Oh, fuck. Kick out British Bulldog.
It's bringing me back to YouTube Studio. Can you open that show with your phone, man? Just read the title to me. Just go to the chat. Anthony Reyes. Each time I opened it, it went to like.
This happened to me too, right?
No. Tony was the one where it wasn't. I hope the fucking thing didn't crash. Oh, you're in trouble, son. What are you doing? 2-1 to Marcel. He's gonna fucking smoke you. 3 for 4 with your RBIs.
Government explained. Man against the state.
Alright, so it did work.
8 years ago.
Keep the title up there so I can find it.
The channel's called Man Against the State.
Yeah, but it's from 8 years ago. Yeah. You need the channel, just the title of it. Government explain. Man against the state. Government explain.
Hey, lady. Yes, I've trouble.
Don't ruin it. Government explain. What is it? What?
Man Against the State is
Man
the channel's name, and it says Government Explained as the video title.
Alright. Here's the part 2. Alright, let's play last couple of minutes of this, I guess.
At
Yep.
a spite, remember?
I remember that.
I was like, whoa, this
Dude,
woman's
this lady's
gonna get...
she's evil.
Yeah.
Like legit evil. So I say she's evil in the truest sense of the word, right? When a bunch of people in Michigan were freaking out because her emergency powers are too extreme, they started signing petitions saying we want a referendum on taking her power away, and she said, "Do not let them take my power from me." And then when the Supreme Court of Michigan ruled you can't do this, she said, "I'm gonna do it anyway."
Yeah.
Talk
She's
about evil.
completely mad with power.
Here's
She's, like,
the
drunk
problem.
off of it.
Why isn't the federal government removed?
I don't know, man. Like I try to make the same appeals about like quote unquote evil or whatever, which is why I bring up the killing kids thing. I'm like, there's no way you can look at this as a good person, right? There's no chance, right? No way. Unless you're HS Mac, then you don't care. You just don't care.
Well, I mean this when I say it. Like someone like that, like you're a bitch.
Yeah.
You're a bitch. You know.
Tim Pool is funded by the people who fund Vice News. The Obama administration. Probably. He's just a little whore, man. And taking it from all over. This dude, he's evil, man. Marcelo Zuna, man. He just keeps knocking in RBIs. Dude, you're out. You're winning already. What are you doing? Dude, it's the bottom of the eighth. You guys are already winning by a lot. Why do you need to score more runs? I don't understand, man. Dude's evil. Marcel's evil.
That's what they're supposed to do, right? Like, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
You're wrong.
But if you have, like, a governor,
what do you do this for?
And their legislation says you can't
winning.
do this, and she laughs and does it anyway,
shouldn't
the feds then intervene and be like, this woman must...
Just make it out.
Because she's not letting anyone do anything. And I'll tell you what else. What are the cops doing? Now, the AG has said she will no longer enforce any of Gretchen Whitmer's, edict. So she's essentially just sitting in a room crying and screaming, demanding a lockdown that no one's going to enforce. So she lost.
Right.
But shouldn't she just immediately, like, don't we have some kind of thing where it's like, if you're ordered not to do something, you do it anyway, like, we get rid of you? Like, you're no longer the governor or, like, in charge?
Recall.
Yeah, but that's like, it requires an actual vote. She's not letting people leave their houses.
Wow.
I'm exaggerating a bit.
Yeah, kidnapping is basically a recall without the red tape.
Exactly.
That's his response to, and by the way, there's some indication that one of the guys shared a Tim Pool clip about Steven Crowder. I mean, I'm not sure about that, but it looked, there's indication of that. So I would think I'd be a little bit more contrite and, I guess, moderate in certain statements I make about Whitmer in this time.
Did you say moderate?
Tim's got my...
He's got some cash to make.
Whitmer. I'd be a little bit more contrite and, I guess, moderate in certain statements I make about Whitmer in this time, but, Tim's got my...
No, I was like,
he's got some cash to make, man.
Like, what is she supposed to be getting out of these shutdown orders? Does he think she's just like getting off on it?
Drunk with power.
Yeah.
She's so excited for people not to get coronavirus that it's driving her crazy, man.
Well, in Tim Pool's defense, we have video of a local Western Michigan sheriff who shared the stage with two of these guys.
Okay, this last part has nothing to do with. This wasn't the one where he calls him a naked grifter. He's just a naked grifter, like no. Yeah, I could have swore it would be at the beginning too.
Oh, all right. Let's listen to. This is Tim Pool. Oh yeah, this is pretty funny. So Tim Pool is.
Oh my god, I didn't even listen.
One of
to
the
it.
most naked grifters on YouTube. And I mean, I think that's true. I mean, I think like it's just.
He really means that. Like, he's like, it's the most blatant, fucking obvious fucking thing. I say it all the time, like, it's the most obvious grifter, like, ever. Probably ever.
He calls Sam Seder a grifter. Did you show them that?
No, I did not. It's a surprise. No, I'm fine. So, alright. So, I'm sure Tim saw all of that.
I took screenshots.
We have other leftists who have agreed to go on, and I look forward to real conversations. Sam, go take his bullshit grift elsewhere. Now, before I look at that, where's he at? Okay, there's him. I guess screenshotting what Seder said, and I read this and I'm like, is that a big deal? Really?
No.
Full disclosure, which could have been a little nod at him. I am one of those people who, upon finding out I was required to fly to the D.C. area and go into an enclosed, presumably airtight studio with maskless folks talking for several hours during a second wave of a pandemic, had to take a rain check on this invite. And it's like, what was insulting about that? Which means, to me, it's like, oh, you watched this video and heard him calling you a grifter, which you are. Let's be honest, man. You can't be... There's no way you made it through this life lacking that amount of competence to, I mean, the logical tailspins that happen with this fucking guy. There's no way. You can't get that far with that low level of competency. It just doesn't make sense to me. So Tim's like, I'm going to expose you. Let's show some screenshots, yes, of our DMs. Oh, wait, this is... All right, that's the initial agreement, right? Invitation accepted. How's Monday at 6? Blah, blah, blah. We are booked Monday. The show is live, 8 p.m. in studio. We can cover... He underlined, is live, 8 p.m. in studio. We can cover all travel and accommodation. 13th is open. Next opening is the week following. Seder's like, oh, I can do the 13th. Oh, shit, that's too far away. I don't know if you guys can read that. Shite. That didn't help. Whatever. At bad eyesight.
You just read it. Oh, my bad. Want me to read it?
So Seder says, what's the details? Tim says, I can have Lydia arrange everything for you. Show is 8 p.m. live in studio, DC area. We can fly you out and get you a motel nearby. We hang out for 2 hours and talk about current events. I can do a group chat. I wonder if that's something where they prime, where he tries to prime them first.
Oh, he tries to one and done before the phone.
So that when they're like actually about to talk, it's like, oh, we can be
nice guy. He's my friend.
Nice. Yes.
We can hang out after, you know.
I can do a group chat to connect you, or if you want, you can send me your email and we can just set it up. So, as you already seen from the full disclosure tweet from Sam Seder, it's like, oh, I didn't know it was in the DC area. Blah blah blah. Seder says, I can't fly to DC. I do a daily 3-hour show. You don't do any remotes? This is clearly the most interesting part of this whole thing for me. Is, hey, why don't you just use Skype? Or Google Hangouts? Or Discord? Or any of the Zoom, whatever, any of the fucking, chat things that exist. It's like, what? Alright. Tim says, we set the show up back in January for in-person only. I don't know what that means. That's sounding like a tech thing. Like we set it up for in-person only. It's like, but you're using computers with your in-person only thing, right? It's like, and any computer basically has access to any of these things. Are you using like a Macintosh from 1992? Is that why you can't Skype? Then how the fuck are you putting this on? How are you uploading this to YouTube? I don't get it. Right? That makes no sense at all. Anyways, we don't have a way to connect everyone to a Skype call or to display it. Once again, he must have a Macintosh. He must have went to Steve Jobs' fucking garage, and Wozniak was there putting a computer together, and Tim Pool just snuck in and stole it and ran away. I don't have Skype. Not on here. Seriously. You could... I'm surrounded by fucking devices that can do anything.
Logan, right?
Yeah.
How the fuck is that guy capable of having somebody in the studio and then they can be on video?
It's like, oh, Edward Snowden, I understand why you can't come to my studio in the United States. Yeah. Like, oh, we can talk this way. I mean, anything. He could have just... unless he has like a Motorola like Razor from the I don't know, from like the early 2000s. Like, what tech do you have that can't do this?
His phone's like a BlackBerry and shit.
It's like, sorry, I'm gonna get nerdy on you. He has like a 1 gigabyte RAM computer, but somehow still goes live on YouTube with HD quality. None of this makes sense. None of that made any sense. It's a what? What do you mean it's set up? You have a camera and you have a computer. You're done. You have camera, microphones, computer. You're done. That's all you need. It's like, Jordan, how are you doing what you're doing? Camera, microphone, computer. That's it. Are you telling me Tim Pool can't set that up? Unfucking believable. I can literally have a call come in right now.
The excuse he made, not that he couldn't do it, it's that, well, the format is incorrect. No one else will be able to see him.
No one else will be able to see him? What does that mean?
Keep reading it. You'll see.
Format?
What is he on? Is he on Linux or some shit?
It's the other fucking, like, shit. It's the other tweets he's been...
I have Windows 95. I can't do it. Skype is for Windows 10. I only have Windows 95. Alright, Alright, we've rejected some centrist and right-wing people. The relevancy of that is not... It's showing you I'm not biased.
Yeah, it's like, you're doing that, like, you know, like just constantly. It's like, protect myself.
Yeah, that's very weird. We've rejected centrist and right-wing people for the same thing, so I take no issue. I can't see that. Alright, I take no issue if it can't be done. We can try to find a time when you're free to travel. But I get it. It's one of the challenges of getting guests. You and Hassan host your own content, so it's probably harder for you, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. COVID hasn't affected you bringing people into the studio. We actually no one. We actually stopped guests for a while over it. Rogan never did. Then we started up in the past month or so again.
So if Rogan does it, it's okay.
I know. Well, Rogan understands this, so we did it too. Trump never did either. One of these emojis. I guess you roll the dice and hope you don't pull a 7. Maybe if I have a day off. Okay. That's it for that. Ba-ba-ba. His only issue was not having a day off. You want to use COVID as an excuse? I don't care. Hassan's alright. Hassan said he was worried about COVID, and I respect that. But don't fucking play stupid games. Like it's like a child cursing.
Like,
don't fucking play stupid fucking games. Fucking.
And he's like, are you like crying? You cursed? You crying?
Don't fucking.
Don't remember this. Don't fucking touch me.
Don't fucking fuck.
Oh, my dick's a little hard because I said it.
Now, what tweet were you fucking talking about?
You gotta keep.
Is it all in this thread?
It's a little separated. Yeah.
What do you mean separated? It's underneath someone else's comment?
I think so.
So if I click here, him responding to someone, or is it?
Yeah, I believe so. I
don't think it's here. So it might be in the same thread. I don't know why I'm going this crazy. Was the Ethan Klein guy?
I'm not sure.
Blue check mark? Was he responding to a blue check mark? Yeah? I see some blue check marks. All right, you find it and then tell me. Otherwise, I'm wasting time. I'm ready to end this live stream after I play Anthony's video.
This is Sam and many others grift. I invite them in good faith, and they say, invite accepted. They did no research on my show, sent waves of angry people at me, publicly agreed to an in-studio discussion, then privately messaged me saying, no, Sam is a coward and a liar. And then, oh, my bad, that's not it.
You had to have watched that video for him to even give a shit. Yes, I'm going to play it, Anthony. Jesus Christ. Yeah, don't insult clowns either. Thank you, Jack.
We have no screens for people to see Sam. We have no audio connection to hear them. We aren't set up for remote.
Go. Let me read that. Let me read that nice and slowly. Pause.
Here, read that. Then read that.
Yeah.
Because he responded to this Baby Yoda pitch.
Like, why would you even respond to them? Probably because they probably said something that made sense. And it's like, fuck, I gotta defend this fucking thing. A tweet you responded to. Cover all costs. He said yes, then messaged me saying, I'm not worried about that. This is. We have no screens for people to see Sam? What do you mean screens? What does that mean? You're gonna put a TV up and like play it behind you? You're gonna play a TV behind you or something of Sam? It's like you could do this. Hey Tim, check this out. Look at this. I'm moving the all you have to do is put Skype in that little box and you can move it anywhere you want to.
You need someone to see his face?
That's another thing. But if you want it for production value, you want people to see Sam talking, that's easy, like super easy. In fact, you had a Skype conversation with Sam Seder.
And with Pac-Man.
And Pac-Man. We have no audio connection to hear them.
And
You have no audio connection to hear them? What the fuck?
In the hill.
Is he on like a special program or something that I never heard of that can't just like, you're on a computer, right? You're not using ham radio, right?
Ham radio.
You're actually like, you're actually on a computer where you can like just download Skype and then play it through the computer.
Not only a computer, a laptop.
I mean, I'm sure their shit is way better than mine.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm sure their equipment. So even if they don't have the program, they can easily download it that day and then hook it up like Skype or Google Hangouts or whatever. So
he posted it. Look at my setup.
That's fucking. That's weird on another level.
You tell me.
This bothered me when I heard it initially. I'm like,
look at this.
You don't have the what?
It's like the fuck. First of all, oh my god, look at that.
That's indoors?
Yeah.
At his place?
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
Basically, right? See that?
Oh my god, he's openly grifting them. That's a gym.
No, it's a basketball court. That was a basketball court originally. He had someone else come in here on like daily and fucking see that. He's never. That's a fucking tool belt.
Yeah.
He never fucking put that shit on. That's a basketball court. See that shit?
Yeah. Oh my god. He has an indoor basketball court.
See that doorway? That shit's at least 7 something feet tall.
No, yeah, I know. That's a gym.
Big that place is, man. Look at the lights.
It's a gym. Yeah. I can tell. Yeah. Holy shit.
Only a few more hours of work and it's done. Like you're actually doing anything. Look at this.
Have you all seen Inner Reflections? I have not. I might check that out though.
The back area on top of the 6 foot. The back area on top of the 6 foot is the VIP lounge. If you can't get a 6 foot ramp up there, you ain't VIP.
Wow.
This is his setup. Look at that.
Yeah.
You're telling me you know? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
I spent probably $400 on this laptop, and it's not the greatest thing ever. I guarantee you he has like equipment that he's probably hand-me-downed already is better than the shit I have. LED lights on your keyboard, but you can't do Skype. Gotcha.
God, it's so disgusting, man. Look at that.
We're not set up for that.
Look at that. Look at that. What's that? What's that? What's that? That shit looks powerful.
Yeah, it's a full desktop.
Are you fucking kidding me? It's thousands of dollars, son. That's thousands of dollars.
Yeah. He's full of shit. Anyways, the Braves won 10-2. More importantly.
Whoever wrote that just slaps the fuck out. You don't get to be a fan of this. Fuck you.
Do you guys know who David Seaman is? Just saying.
This is unfucking real, man.
Propaganda says 100% think Tim Pool is CIA.
I don't think so. Oh Christ! Look at this. I hate it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this fucking phony ass punk bitch. Take one sip
Real
at a
quick,
time.
I'm looking this up.
Before you realize.
I'm curious. Oh, don't freeze phone. Go ahead, show me.
Take one sip at a time. Before you realize it, you'll have walked 1,000 miles.
Oh man.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at all that. Look at all that housing.
I told you, man.
Look at all that housing.
Something.
Look at that. Look at that. No thoughts.
Yeah.
It's not a great place to. You know what I'm saying?
Looks like favelas. Brazil favelas. That's what that looks like. I don't know if I said that word right. But.
Oh fuck this guy, by the way.
Inner
Yeah,
reflection.
shit. He spray painted Cubs on the dog.
Who? What?
I'm sure you've seen this. Years ago.
Nah, I've never seen that.
He's been doing this shit for like over 10 years now. This dude's a fucking.
Is this a full document? Oh, it is. I'll probably check that out, Jack.
What?
Peter Joseph's. Someone brought it up before. I didn't know the title of it. Inner Reflection, so I'll probably check that out. 2020 documentary. Propaganda says, yo, Tim's production is so shitty, but he is a millionaire. That's
Yeah,
right.
he's a millionaire, yeah.
Yeah. Dave Seaman, that's right. If you don't know, now you know. Vice was considered very, as far as like that guy, Shane Smith. You know, you're supposed to be countercultural, but you let Obama slide on everything. Abby Martin pressed Joe Rogan about Shane Smith. He's like, no, Shane, not Shane. He's a great guy. We drank together. He's good. He's a good human. It's like he has to defend all his guests from Abby Martin. This is fucking other. No, Sam's a good guy. Sam's good. Ben Shapiro, he's a really nice guy. Think about it. He was nice to me. Doesn't mean he wouldn't kill those guys over there, but he's nice to me. That means he's a good guy.
You'll like this, dude.
Unfucking real, that fucking person.
Watch this. This is fairly recent, though.
Tim seemed to have been constructed. And I think he saw more of a money opportunity.
Absolutely.
If he's something connected to something, I think it was he found the grift first, and then they found him. Like, man, you're good at this. You're not good, but you're good at it, as in you're picking up numbers.
There's a video of Dave Rubin.
All you got to do is fuck this kid real fast, and you're one of us. We'll have something on you. You'll have something on us. We're all good. We're all friends now. It's the only way to get by in humanity.
So Dave Rubin, a former TYT.
He's a grifter too, though.
I know.
He's literally a grifter. David Dole is a literal fucking grifter. Of and Dave Rubin on, and it's like you, TYT, Cenk Uygur, Kyle Cullen, like you're all. Why do you all follow in the same footsteps? Like this Dave Rubin guy. I'm like, I literally don't pay attention to him. I'm like,
oh, me either. Not really.
I'm sure he sucks, but it's
I
like,
attention
here's this thing right fucking in front of your faces, and you're not saying anything. So it's not about that.
To him for like a month, and that was it.
It's like, oh, you guys are on teams. That's why. That makes you grifters. Even Kyle Kalinske.
Yeah.
Who I think on his own means well. It's just he'll defend his friends. Like, he's like Jimmy Dore, like that. They're kind of the same in that realm, where Kyle will like, but I'm friends with Cenk. That's why he'll never talk about him. He won't. Though he'll have a political disagreement, but he won't be like, yeah, this dude smells corrupt, man. Why was I fucking with this dude in the first place?
This is a better example. Remember the Mike Gravel shit? What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
That could be an opinion of someone trying to win, as opposed to someone says something that's like, this could be corrupt and very shady, but he's my friend. I don't want to. He means well. He's just
you know what grifter means,
like Dore.
Like if someone had like a definition of it.
What? You're asking me. I thought you were just gonna say something.
Well, I mean, like, I'm just trying to clarify,
Grifter, to me, a grifter is.
Before you say that, like, I mean, like a straight up snake oil salesman. You're an opportunist.
Yeah, I'm probably in that territory.
Right.
But I'm not gonna call.
Kyle, I would call Kyle.
I'm not gonna call Kyle a grifter.
Call him an idiot.
Yeah. But he's like a normie that lets the grifters survive.
You're an enabler. That's something different.
You create the environment for the maggots to come along. Don't you see it?
He's a guy that says, well, you have I can't they give me a platform to say something. Like, if it was that way. You know what I mean? The justification of it all. I get it. You're the guys that let the demons run amok. I understand. What?
Jordan, I was a DJ. What? I don't get it. I'm lost.
I think we were all DJs at one point in our lives,
Jordan Peterson is a genius. Trust me, bro. It's Rogan. Well, he's smarter than Rogan.
I agree.
So I guess that means genius to him. Why did Tim get hundreds of hours of free airtime and become famous from the mainstream media?
Wait, what? Why did Tim?
Why did he get free airtime and became famous from the mainstream media?
Became famous.
He's talking about like the Occupy stuff, like.
Oh.
They had to get pushed all the way up.
Didn't he work for Vice?
No, he had to get pushed up in order to work for Vice. Oh. Right? And that was he wasn't just working for Vice when he did that.
History. That's the weird thing.
I think he did that shit on his own, right?
Probably him and a friend.
Huh.
The thing was though, like, right, Slow News Day. Remember, he said there were accusations of him being a snitch.
Okay.
So he would record people without their permission, but to be fair,
I think we went over that here. Nah, I think it was just me and you sitting around listening to. It was Nico and Steve talking about it, and we didn't. I don't think we were live. Whatever.
Nico called him probably CIA asset.
He's an asset regardless, as far as for those guys, those type of guys.
Oh, well, yeah,
even if he has no connection to them, you're like, wow, this dude's valuable.
I refuse to fucking believe that dude's like CIA.
I'm not gonna say fucking,
It's just
what you call it, Narcos, where there's always that CIA guy. I'm not calling him that level of things. That's it. You're going to jail. No, he's not. He just walks away. I just know that guy's CIA. Do what he says. Okay. Check this out. NBC aired Tim's video a lot, and that's what launched him into fame. Fuck. What if you... Alright, if that was like the origin of it, is like... The origin of getting clicks for money.
No, that's not the origin of it.
You know what I mean? Not like
I know
really,
what you're talking about.
but really doing it. Like...
I know what you're saying. I think he's a part of it. I don't think he's like the guy who, you know what I mean?
Tim looks like a snitch.
He looks like a little fucking worm. You know, he does. He looks like a worm. I truly believe like your appearance is also like dictated by
This
like,
emoji, whatever that is. Shrug. Alright. I'm ready to dip. I'm gonna play Anthony's video before we leave. I'll read this comment first though. Oh wait. I'll read this from Jack. Both Mike and Kyle lied about Bernie's Medicare for All. Simply to try. Okay, simply to bat. I knew about that. Nico had to call their asses out. Well, you're talking about things that, on paper, as far as like, you know, depending on which version of Bernie's Medicare for All you're taking, the one he either like proposed and introduced, I believe, as opposed to one where it's like, I'm running for president and here's my actual Medicare for All. So I think that's where the discrepancy was. I honestly don't know enough to say who was right and wrong as far as Nico went out. He debated someone, I think, on this particular topic. And he's basically saying Jayapal's bill was the best out of all of them. Fuck, it feels like years ago, but it was only like months. Fucking a lot of shit changed. Anyways, Propaganda says NBC had him on and aired his videos. That's what made him famous. He's also tech savvy. No, he's not. He doesn't know how to use Skype or Zoom. He doesn't know how to do that. He's not tech savvy.
Right. Like, ooh.
We're not ready for that.
I'm running around with my iPhone. I have a drone.
Yeah.
Look, I control my PS3 controller.
Yeah, that guy couldn't get a call in with Sam Seder. Anyways, I don't want to get back into that. He's also tech savvy and owns a multi-million-dollar watermarking business.
Who?
Everything I'm saying is about Tim Pool. I'll start from the beginning. I'll start from the beginning. NBC had him on and aired his videos. That's what made him famous. He's also tech savvy and owns a multi-million-dollar watermarking business. What do you mean by that?
What's the name of it?
Like Tim has for sure entered the MSM at this point.
Tim Pool launches. My bad.
Alright, while you're looking that up, I'm going to play this because I'm just going to let it play. I'll probably be pausing at some point as I say that. Anyways, I'm going to let it play. Here we go.
Hey, an alien! Yes, I've travelled across space to check on the progress of your species. Cool. Shall I take you to our leader? Your what?
Yep, my bad.
Our leader, the guy in charge. The guy in charge of what? Well, in charge of everything.
This won't get me banned, right? Who's this? Man against the state. Alright. Looks fine.
What's the name of the...
You have one guy in charge of everything? No, he's in charge of government. What is government? Well, government makes the rules for us.
Propaganda.
It tells
James
us
wants to
what
know
we can do and what we can't do.
what
So is
watermarking
government really
business
smart?
you mean?
They come up with wise rules for you to follow? Well, mostly. But some of its rules are really stupid. Do you disregard those rules? No, we have to follow the rules, even if they are stupid or we disagree with them. Government punishes anyone who disobeys the rules. So you are slaves to government? No, it's not like that at all. Government works for us, the people. It serves us. We're the boss. It tells you what to do, and it punishes you with violence if you disobey it, and yet you're its boss? Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
But there are some things government does that you don't like. Well, yeah, not everything government does is popular. Like spending on wars, for example. What is a war? It's when government basically spends the people's money on weapons and soldiers and then sends them over to the other side of the world to kill a bunch of people over there and destroy their country. I don't like it that government does this. Well, I can see why you might not like that. Have you humans reached the stage where you generally consider stealing, enslaving and killing each other to be bad things? Oh yeah, we know that. Don't steal, don't attack, don't assault. But you give money to government and they use it to kill people. Well, yeah.
Oh, man.
But government does good things with tax money as well. Why don't you stop paying for the things you don't like and only pay for the good things it does?
The watermark thing.
No, we can't do that. You can't just decide to stop paying taxes
Gets
because
footage of certain things.
the rules say that everyone has to pay
Tries to be
taxes.
the first one there gets the best shot. Or
But the rules come from government though,
puts,
don't they?
You know, temple, like
Yeah.
across the entire thing.
So government made a rule which says that everyone has to pay them money. So everyone pays taxes because if they didn't, government would punish them using violence? Well, yes, but most people don't mind paying taxes. Most people feel obligated to pay taxes and obey government laws because it's for the good of society. Society needs government, and that means we all have to pay taxes. So just to make sure I've got this straight, government makes the rules and you feel obligated to follow the rules, even the ones you don't like, and it tells you what to do and threatens to punish you if you don't do what it says, and it uses some of the money that it's taken from you using threats of violence to pay for things you don't like and actually think are immoral, like mass murder. Yeah, but we can ask it to please tell us to do smart things, and please don't take our money and use it to kill people. We're allowed to ask them to tell us to do what we want them to tell us to do. Are you guys just scared of this thing? Is government some huge monster that can just squish you at any moment if you disobey? No, government isn't a monster. Well, what is it then? Could you draw me a picture of it? Government isn't really the sort of thing you can draw a picture of. Maybe you could take me to it. Where is government? You mean the building? Government is a building. No, but the politicians who make up the government have buildings they work from. So government is a group of these politicians? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what species are these politicians? Well, they're human. Like you? Yeah. So politicians are humans and they're government. You're a human, but you're not government. No. So it's the politicians, they're the ones that boss the rest of you around and make you do things you don't want to do and take your money using threats of violence. But even though you're all humans, you're not allowed to boss them around and take their money? No, they'd put us in a cage if we did that. But look, it's not like the politicians can just do whatever they want. Like, a politician can't just come up to me on the street and make me give him money. They can't do that. Politicians can only do things like that in their job, when they're working for government.
Account, bro.
Oh, so politicians aren't government. They just work for government. Yeah.
Totally loser animation.
Okay,
Trump
so
2020.
government isn't a monster,
That
and
is
it isn't a
fucking
building,
weird fuck.
and it's not politicians, it's something else.
I'm talking
And it employs politicians, who are just regular humans, who get to order everyone else around and take their money. How does a regular human become a politician?
It's like...
Well, that's the great thing about our government. It's a democracy. And that means that the people actually have the power.
Get the whiff.
Because we get to decide who among us get to be the politicians. We get to vote.
The money
And if a politician starts doing things we don't like, we can just replace him with someone else at the next election.
I don't know.
So the people that get chosen to be politicians only get to boss people around and take their money for a short time, and then they go back to being regular humans? Exactly. That sounds like a powerful position to be in. But if you get to choose who does that, I assume that politicians are always the wisest, most honest, caring and respected people among you. Well, no, not really. I wouldn't say politicians are known for being honest.
He might be the kind of
wise.
Well,
or caring.
he might be the kind of guy that.
And they're certainly not the most
hopes his mom
respected
gets
people
sick
among us.
because she has a life insurance.
Come to think of it,
policy
most
worth
politicians are
millions.
lying, power-hungry crooks. The ones you chose.
Whoa.
Yeah, they're always doing things we don't like.
Like that fucking. Remember
They
that
use
guy?
taxpayers'
That was on
money to
Rogan?
enrich themselves and their friends,
talked about his
and they never
mom
keep their
being
promises to
sick or
voters.
whatever, and he's
They've been caught stealing and lying and
Man, I
taking
kinda-
bribes,
kinda
and they
get it,
mostly
but
do
the
what the big
way-
corporations want. Yeah, they're always doing stuff
you
like
talk about
that.
how
They're
upset
completely
he was
corrupt.
that he has to
They're a
do
bunch
all
of
that.
lying crooks.
I don't want to do all this stuff.
But you said that most humans know that stealing and beating each
kinda
other
get
up
that.
and killing are wrong. And
That was a
you
bad
said that
example.
you have the power because you can change who's in charge.
I can't.
So
No,
why
I
don't
can't.
you just replace the lying, thieving, murderous, crooked politicians with some regular people? Well, we don't try to elect lying crooks. It just always turns out that way. But we have to have a government because some humans are nasty and might kill or enslave or steal. Civilization just couldn't survive without government.
Oh, and there's nothing more going on.
Let me get this straight.
If there's
Because
nothing
you're
more going
worried
on,
about the
it's like,
small number of nasty people that are willing to kill, enslave and steal.
like,
You
that's
think
the-
it's necessary for your survival to have a system where some humans among you, for a short while, get to call themselves the government, and they get to order everyone else around like slaves, and, if they want, commit mass murder overseas, using money they
he
stole,
put it
using
in the
threats of
context
violence.
of,
Politicians get to kill, enslave,
like
and
doing the
steal,
news and all that
because
stuff.
if they didn't,
There's
someone
no
else
way you
might.
enjoy this shit.
And
Maybe
you
enjoy
try
it
to elect
easy,
good,
you
honest
just
people to be politicians, but what
do
happens
it
every
and
time
save
is that the
money.
people you elect turn out to be corrupt, evil, lying crooks.
Yeah.
That's your system. Yeah, that's pretty much government.
I'm telling you.
I'm gonna take this fucker down. Well, we are. I'm gonna do it. Can't fucking wait.
Ooh, Larkin Rose. Interesting. I remember him smashing, alright, no freaky. Smashing Lauren Southern to pieces. Yeah, but why do we gotta go kill these brown people over here, though? It's like, no, like, the thing that seems obvious to us is when we bring up foreign policy. Okay. And Trump would blah, 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 blah. And then you look at him and you're like, well, what about this thing right here? Obvious, blatant foreign policy where this happens. You don't even need to be clever or be some genius about it. You just look at it and be like, we're still in the Middle East, aren't we? And that should be enough to be like, oh, now you're wrecked because you would never go there. I expected a leftist. Who are you? You're on Corbett? No way. I don't want to do that. All right. But that was Government Explained by Man Against the State. A little corny, but I get it. I get it. Oh, now it's working.
Ooh.
Are you serious?
You got into an argument with somebody.
That's your system.
Dude, do you see this?
No.
The video's playing. Disappears.
Oh, what the fuck?
You see that?
Yeah.
Now if I go to the end. Nice and fine. Works. Maybe I need to... There might be something wrong with my shit. That's fucking weird. My chat might have stopped. My chat might have shut down too. I don't even know if I'm live right now. What were you saying, man?
Hmm?
Someone getting in arguments?
Who?
With who?
I don't know, like I mean, or someone named Lindsay Byers.
I see Matt
I forget to
Taibbi there.
inform you. Yeah. That Matt Taibbi has gone full Andy No.
Alright, guys. Alright, hold on. Alright, guys, that's it from us. Thanks, Jack. Peace out. I should really do videos. I should really do, like, normal videos without going live. I should go back to that. So I can play my music, most importantly. Play random songs. I guess I gotta play some Van Halen, I guess. Right. But I already did. Let's talk about love. I don't know. I'll find a song. I don't know if it'll be Van Halen, but it'll be music. It'll be loud. It'll be proud. It'll be beautiful. Beautiful. The most beautiful music you ever heard. Beautiful. Alright, guys. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe if you like, if you're new or whatever. Don't forget to donate to Devon's Journey to Recovery. I'm still going to try to get in contact with Pyramid 7 to find out whether he froze the website or the donation part of it. I'll find out. And yeah, that's it. Give this video. But yeah, if it's up right now, donate. Devon's Journey to Recovery, GoFundMe link in the description box. And with all that said, give this video a thumbs down.
Say you wanna get in, and then you wanna get out. When you get the money to buy yourself a castle, how will you wear your leisure? You zipper back and front on the fence together. Weekends in leather, flip to the right and slip back.